We watch the clock. Ready to go? Good morning and welcome to our June 20th. It's been a long month. June 20th, 2017 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors here in Santa Barbara County. Mr. Allen, would you call the roll?
Ms. Wolf.
Aye.
Mr. Adam.
Here.
I am here.
Mr. Lavanino. Here. Mr. Williams. Here. Ms. Hartman.
Here. And Supervisor Adams is participating remotely in Santa Maria, so that means for all our votes, we have to have a voice vote, just so people understand that. Please stand for the pledge. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we need to approve the minutes of June 6, 2017. May I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
And roll call vote.
Ms. Wolf.
Aye.
Mr. Adam.
Aye.
Mr. Lavanino. Aye. Mr. Williams.
Aye.
Ms. Hartman.
Aye.
5-0.
And do we have a CEO's report today, Ms. Miyasato?
Chair Hartman and Supervisors, I do. Just a couple of quick announcements, and one is just to congratulate our probation department. With the support of Congressman Carvajal's office, they recently learned they were awarded a 3-year grant totaling $975,000 to allow for expansion and enhancement of our Veterans Treatment Court in Santa Barbara. It's a joint initiative among our community-based treatment providers, veteran service organizations, and it was awarded by the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration. So congratulations to them for expanding our services to our veterans. Also tomorrow afternoon, Caltrans will be officially dedicating 21 miles of U.S. Highway 101 in the Gaviota area as the state scenic highway at a ceremony being held at the Arroyo Hondo Vista Point. And the designation started with the Board of Supervisors supporting the nomination. They've supported the nomination since 2016, and it's been the intent of the board since our coastal land use plan was adopted in 1982, so that's finally underway.
Thank you very much. We don't have any honorary resolutions to present today, so we turn directly to the largest administrative agenda in board history, I think. I needed help carrying my notebooks up this morning. So, do we have any items that the board would like to pull? Supervisor Williams?
Madam Chair, I just want to pull item 5, at least the Costa Pacifica portion, because it covers a contract in the last year's contract, so it's not this next year's contract. And during a tidbit of that contract, my wife worked for the organization, so I'd like to leave the room and recuse myself for that.
Okay. Supervisor Wolf?
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to pull item A8, A32, and A45.
Okay. Supervisor Lavanino?
21.
And Supervisor Adam?
A21 and A22, please.
Okay. And I would like to pull A77 and A79. So, yes, Mr. Allen?
And we have a request from the public on item A77 as well.
Okay. So let's turn first to A5, and that's the one where Supervisor Williams has to recuse himself for part of it.
Item A5 is from Behavioral Wellness, is to consider recommendations regarding the mental health agreements amendments for fiscal year 2016-17.
Mr. Gazzoni.
Chair Hartman, I understand the board's intention is to hear just the Costa Pacifica portion of A5 and then allow Supervisor Williams to return for the remainder of A5.
Okay. So will we have any report from the department or just vote?
Just an administrative item, so it would just be a vote separate from the rest of A5. It's my recommendation.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I'll go ahead and move item A1, which is the Casa Pacifica contract.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second, but I think it's A5. I.
It's, yeah,
'Cause
yeah.
you'd said A1. I just didn't want to confuse
you're
anybody.
Right. A5I or A51.
I.
Oh, gosh, it sounds like...
A5A1.
We're not back to this one again.
It's A5A1.
Okay.
And did you second? So we have a motion and a second, and a roll call vote.
Ms. Wolf?
Aye.
Mr. Adam?
Aye.
Mr. Lavanino? Mr. Williams has recused himself, and Ms. Hartman.
Aye.
Passes 4-1.
So Supervisor Williams? So the rest of it we can approve as part of our administrative agenda.
Madam Chair, I'll move the balance of item A5.
Okay.
Second.
All right. And roll call vote.
Ms. Wolf?
Aye.
Mr. Adam?
Aye.
Mr. Lavanino? Mr. Williams? Ms. Hartman?
Aye.
Passes 5-0.
Turning to A8.
Chair Hartman, members of the board, item A8 is from Behavioral Wellness is also to consider recommendations regarding the Mental Health Services Act 3-year plan for fiscal years 2017 through 2020.
Supervisor Wolf?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to thank our department for moving this forward, the Mental Health Services Act, the 3-year plan. I had some email conversations back and forth with Ms. Gleghorn about the program. There's so much meat that is involved in this plan. My hope would be is that this comes back as a D agenda item so that the board has a little bit more conversation about some of the services that are provided, particularly the long list of services provided to children in our community. So I think it's worthwhile to have a substantive discussion on that. And then finally, I did, though, express some concern with the RISE program. I should restate that. Not with the RISE program, because I think it's an excellent program. And but what is concerning to me is one of the statements that there is a likelihood that we will need additional staffing for that population. So and yet a lot of money is going into other places that don't seem as perhaps worthwhile, that maybe there should be a redirection of funds, or at least I would like to have that conversation. So Ms. Gleghorn, if we can do that through the chair, have this come back to us at an appropriate time so we have an opportunity to know exactly what's in this program. It's millions of dollars that is being afforded to the county, so I think it would be a worthwhile discussion.
So Supervisor Wolf, if I understand, you would like to continue this item to
No,
a
I think we should.
departmental, or-
I think we should approve it today. I'm willing, go ahead and approve it as part of the entire consent. It's just I just wanted to raise those issues and ask that it come back at another time.
And would you care to comment, Ms.
Yeah,
Dr.
Supervisor
Gleghorn?
Wolf, through the chair. Yeah, we're happy to come back. It is a very deep and extensive document. We have pursued the state-required posting for 30 days of public comment. We've incorporated and done a lot of community planning, but we can bring back the result of that to go through the different types of projects. The project that you're focusing on is part of the innovations funding, which are intended to be short-term pilot projects, if you will, looking at a new practice to see if those are things that are effective and helpful, and if so, to determine if we can incorporate those into our ongoing functioning with the department. This project has this last year of funding, and then all of the innovations money cannot be spent for that any further. So I think as we're looking at the models for that program, we have to determine what is sustainable within that project and how we will do that within the context of our regular funding. So happy to come back and have a longer discussion about that project in particular and the plan overall if you would like.
Yes, I think it would be helpful.
And I want to express my appreciation again to Supervisor Williams for being part of the Behavioral Wellness Commission, which hears all of this planning on a regular basis.
Right. Thank you.
Okay, well, we'll just come back to that as part of the whole administrative
Yes, I'm happy.
agenda.
Yeah, we
Okay.
can just approve it as part of the whole.
That brings us to A21.
Chair Hartman, members of the board, item A21 from the County Executive Office. This is to consider recommendations regarding proposed advocacy position of support for AB 1472, State Lands Commission oil, gas, and mineral leases.
Okay, and Supervisor Lavanino wanted to, Supervisor Adam first, sorry, and then Supervisor Lavanino. Sorry, misunderstood.
I'm sorry, 21?
Yes.
I just need a roll call on that one.
Okay, so you would just like a roll call vote, and that's what Supervisor Lavanino would like. So could I have a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
And Mr. Allen, would you call the vote?
Ms. Wolf,
Aye.
Mr. Adam,
No.
Mr. Lavanino, Mr. Williams, Ms. Hartman.
Aye.
Passes 3-2.
And A22, and
Chair Hartman, members of the board, item A22 from the CEO is approved budget revision request.
Supervisor Adam?
Yeah, you know, I'm looking at 5063. It's page 12 of 25. I'm going to assume we're getting there if we're not already there, and I'm just going to read a couple sentences out of this justification paragraph. The purchase of Agnes Street property was initially slated to be funded by the Crisis Stabilization Unit grant, but due to the fact that analysis on the CSU South, opened January of 16, revealed that a CSU at this Santa Maria location was not feasible, the CSU grant slated to cover purchase price of Agnes Street property was relinquished and returned to the state. Behavioral wellness staff determined that this location is favorable for a crisis residential treatment program, and therefore it would be prudent, my emphasis, to fund the purchase of the facility with this one-time general fund contribution, et cetera, rather than requesting the site to be sold. And, you know, with all due respect to our fine folks at Behavioral Wellness, that's something for the Board of Supervisors to determine whether that's prudent to have general fund monies going towards that, and especially when it was sort of the bait and switch. It was supposed to be a CSU, and now it's going to be something else. So my question, I guess, is do we have enough extra general fund to be purchasing property? And maybe that's to Mona.
Yes, CEO Miyasato.
Hi, Supervisor Adam, through the chair, and Dr. Gleckner is here and is ready to speak on the project. But it raised my antenna too when I saw the general fund issue, and I was reminded that the general fund that's being used for this project was money that in the board hearings last year, on the famous attachment E, the board granted $243,000 of general fund for a mental health capital needs. And so that was done. I think Supervisor Wolf actually made the request, and the board voted for it. So there was general fund set aside for the department to use for capital needs. And so that's what this general fund money is being used for. And I'll let Dr. Gleghorn speak to the project.
Well, I don't even want to hear about the project, frankly. It's just the idea that we're kind of getting bait and switched here. It's not, I'm not going to argue with the beneficial nature maybe of the project at the moment, because, that's not really up for debate here. The question is do we want to take roughly half of what we stole from contingency last week and stick it in a piece of property? And I guess my answer would be no. And I don't know how to pull this particular budget revision request procedurally out of all the rest of them and vote no on it.
So, Supervisor Adam, through the chair, just to clarify, the general fund contribution that was made, I understand your concern. The general fund that's being used by the department was from the 2016-17 hearing, so that was last June. So you're right, it was available general fund that the board made this appropriation in the prior fiscal year. So it was done at the last budget hearings, not the one that just happened last week. This budget revision request, on a technical basis, and I don't want to discount your concern, but on a technical basis, this budget revision request is just showing that monies that were spent out of one of Behavioral Wellness's funds, Fund 43 should have been, or Fund 44, Fund 48 should have been spent out of Fund 44. So this is just a technical adjustment. No new appropriation is being made. The department can certainly come back and talk more about the use of funds for the project, if that would help the board. And I know that, if you recall, on June 6th, I believe, the department did come with a regular board item for the consent agenda that talked about the project, but there were two actions that the department requested. One was a receive and file about the project, and the second was making an appropriation of $1.1 million of grant funds they received to do the rehabilitation of this Agnes Street property. And as you recall, the item was withdrawn by the department, and the reason it was withdrawn was because that same appropriation was being made in the recommended budget. And so we didn't want to have the board double appropriate funds. So that's why they withdrew that board letter. But we can certainly come back and talk more about this project. I don't know if this particular accounting issue has to be resolved today. Again, this is just an accounting issue, but if the larger issue is use of the property, the department could certainly come back and talk about that.
And Supervisor Wolf had something to say. Supervisor Adam, first though, did you have any response to what CEO Miyasato had to say?
Well, thank you for asking. And, I think I have no doubt that this item would have been approved or would be approved, and it probably will be approved over my objection anyway. But I have no doubt that this item would be approved had Behavioral Wellness come to us and asked us if it would be prudent to fund the purchase of the facility, yada, yada, rather than sticking it in a budget revision request. I don't like the style here, and I'm sure it's probably legal, but I don't think it's advisable, because I think the department should bring the board with it, or at least get direction from the board on purchases of property, particularly, and maybe any other expenditure general fund before you do it. And I think the fact that we gave them money last year and they didn't spend it begs the question of, don't we recapture that at some point? And again, for CEO Miyasato.
Mr. Gazzoni had something to add.
Chair and Supervisors, my understanding of this item is that the authority to purchase is already provided on this item, and this is actually an accounting and funding item for the board, not a purchase decision, which has already occurred from the board.
So may I, Supervisor Wolf?
Yeah, well, Ms. Gleghorn is here, so if she wants to make a comment, then I can say something after.
Certainly, thank you. So this item has come before the board a number of times, but it's come in different ways because of the way the state gave permission or denied permission for the use of funds. So the original purchase of that particular building and the project itself came through as grant funding several years ago. We went ahead and purchased the building with the idea that we were going to open a crisis stabilization unit there. Upon purchasing that and looking further into what we were going to be able to develop on that site and the funds that would be needed to support that project on an ongoing basis, it was determined that it wasn't sustainable to open a CSU there. We requested to the state that we use the funds instead to do crisis services still, but more residential services. And the state at that point denied the request and rescinded the grant funding that we had received, which meant we no longer could use that money to fund that purchase. In a separate project, which also came before the board, we applied for a separate fund of $1 million, or 1.1 really, to build a crisis residential. Those funds were approved by the state. It came before the board as an accept and expend, and we sought to build that facility. Eventually, we determined that the area that we wanted to build that in, we couldn't find any appropriate properties. We worked closely with General Services, and the time to allocate that money to a specific project was running out. So we requested to the state if we could move the project into the facility that we had already acquired, and they gave permission for that. At that point, we realized that since we were using residential, we were producing a residential property, that we had funds allocated for the board, from the board last year, actually still this fiscal year for the next couple of weeks, for that purpose, that we'd been instructed to seek things that might have to go in a quicker sequence by the board during budget hearings. So we lined the dots up. I don't feel that this, as you say, Supervisor Adams, is a bait and switch as much as a sequential change in plans with interventions from the state. At this point, we're lining these funds up and are requesting to shift them from one fund to another so we can pursue the finalization of the project. But we're happy to come back and go through exactly what happened when. I think we have had consent from the board for purchase, for accept of state funds, and utilization for these purposes. But if we want to go through the exact sequence of events, we can come back in more detail at another time if you would prefer.
Supervisor Adam, does that satisfy you?
Well, my objection is procedural. I don't think it should be handled like this through a budget a revision request. So that's my problem here. Is I think you should have an A agenda item at the very least, maybe a D. And I do think that this was purchased for a purpose, and I don't believe that the board, and maybe I'm mistaken, but I don't believe that the board approved a change of purpose. And maybe I'm unclear. It's the fact that it says general fund contribution on it that confuses me, because if this is somebody else's money that we're applying to a purpose, I don't understand how it got to be a general fund contribution. So, on that basis, I'm just going to object today, and you guys can probably approve it, and we'll be on down the road.
Supervisor Wolf?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Gleghorn and Ms. Miyasato. I just want to say that when that money was allocated last year in budget, it was specifically for capital. So in my mind, the way I look at this is that this is an amazing opportunity for us to do what we have been talking about for so long, and that is to provide residential behavioral wellness services. Residential. We have it in the South County, and it's proved to be a great step down, and sometimes not even a step up because of the treatment that's been provided. So I think to have another facility like this in Santa Maria will be great, and this is, as Mr. Gazzoni said, I think a technical accounting move of money, but it was definitely something that I've been aware of and very supportive of. So if we need to just take this one item separately, because it sounds like Mr. Adam may want to vote no on it, I would say that I will move budget revision 0005063 on page 12 of 25.
And may I have a second, and then Supervisor Lavanino?
I'll second, and then I have a question too. Is that, and I'm totally supportive of the plan, and Dr. Gleghorn's been communicating with me, and I appreciate being up to speed on this. The question, though, that Supervisor Adams raises is a good one in that why is it labeled? The only concern I have is that it's labeled as general fund when really we took it out of the general fund last year, I thought, and moved the 243 over to mental health capital. Or it should have been, it seems, in a different account.
CEO Miyasato?
Supervisor Lavaney, through the chair, you're correct. And so if you look at the sources below, it is the Fund 44 and Fund 48. So in the description that was written, I think they were just trying to tie it back to the funds that were allocated originally at the budget hearings. I think that's the confusion.
Okay.
We have a motion and a second, and would you call the vote?
Yeah.
Ms. Wolf?
Aye.
Mr. Adam?
No.
Mr. Lavanino? Mr. Williams? Ms. Hartman?
Aye.
Passes 4-1.
That takes us then to A32. Would you read that into the record?
Chair Hartman, members of the board, item A32 is from Planning and Development. To consider recommendation regarding the Cannabis Land Use Ordinance Project Amendment for services with AMEC Foster Wheeler Environmental and Infrastructure.
And Supervisor Wolf?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know full well that our ad hoc committee has been working on this process, but you know, when I saw this on the agenda, it took me aback, I would say, because we're moving forward with an environmental review contract that seems a bit out of sequence to me. You know, when I look back at some of our other ordinances and then subsequent EIRs, it seems like it follows that pattern that we have public input, we have staff direct and look at an ordinance, and then it may go to the Planning Commission and to the board and to the public, and then we have an EIR process. This seems like it's backwards. You know, I think just reading from the AMEC proposal, there's certain things in here that are concerning to me and things that they're going to be looking at. My point is that it's an unusual approach for an environmental document to study something when there's no project. And you know, what AMEC says is that they're going to be looking at some of the cultivators that are in the registry. Maybe that was the point of the registry, is to have something to study from, but those registries, you know, again, I don't even know what the purpose of them really is, other than to say that they're cultivating, but that may not be all of the cultivators. So, you know, I have real concerns with this process, and, you know, it was something that I brought up before, that I wanted a report back to the board, and I know it's coming back in July, but this is already going to happen before we even have the report back from the ad hoc committee. There's also some, you know, information about taxation. Again, it seems like that should come to the board for discussion. So this just seems like we're putting the cart before the horse, and I am at a loss as to why we're doing it this way. This seems something that I've never seen before. So unless someone can tell me why and convince me, I'm going to have to vote against moving forward with this contract. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Klayman?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Wolf. Yeah, this is an unconventional project in the sense that we have a couple things going on. First off, we have a very accelerated timeline. As some of you are probably already aware, the state is in the process of drafting a number of state regulations that will go into effect the 1st of next year. So our goal is to try to get our regulations in effect as close to the time at which they're going to roll out their regulations to the degree possible. There's another thing that's interesting about this project, and that is because the state regulations are still in a draft form and they're still in flux, we don't really have a good regulatory system in place currently by the state such that we can just kind of pluck that from the state, put it in an ordinance, and flesh out the project description more fully. So what we have to do is a number of tasks concurrently with one another, once again, to meet the timing and knowing that things are in flux. So the project description, admittedly, is not as detailed as we typically would like it to be at this point. However, we have enough in there such that we feel that we know the general direction that the state's going. We know generally what AMEC Foster Wheeler would have to evaluate. And then as things change, we'll refine that project description such that it is more clear about exactly what the proposal is. And also on July 11th, Mr. Bozanich and the ad hoc committee are going to be giving a presentation. So we can provide more information at that point in time, given what happens between now and the 11th at the state level.
Supervisor Wolf, a follow-up? Or did you have a follow-up question?
Yeah, follow-up, I guess a comment, and that this is an unconventional project and that we have some really tight timelines. And I understand that and appreciate you bringing that up. But I recall when this, I think it was the city of Santa Barbara, was moving through their process to get some of their documents in line, and they were going to move forward with a tax proposal. I had contacted staff and saying, why aren't we moving forward and doing some of these things, which we didn't do. So here we are. Apparently this is very time sensitive. But just for me, as far as process goes, and I'm looking at you, but I know this is not your deal. Well, it is your deal, but there's a lot of people who are involved in this.
I'll take responsibility.
But I just feel very uncomfortable moving forward, especially in a CEQA document, doing something that is really, in effect, being rushed. And I don't know what the implications, I worry about the implications of that. And that's really the reason why I can't support moving forward on this right now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Adam and then Supervisor Lavanino.
Yeah, I was just going to say, if this were a private project, this approach wouldn't work because don't you have to have a project description?
Mr. Gazzoni.
Chair Hartman and Supervisors, I think the plan from planning on this is to allow the vendor, if this is approved, to begin the background work and then to provide that stable project description slightly downstream. And that's the way the project proposal or project understanding is stated. So that Supervisor Adam is correct that you need a stable project description before completing the environmental document and circulating it. But approving this today would be a policy choice to allow the background work to begin.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think, Dennis, you might want to either tell me, I don't know what I'm talking about, but we're one of the few counties that's even doing an EIR, and we might be the only one. Most people are just moving forward without any environmental review whatsoever. So although we are in a crunched time frame, I think others have taken the route of an M&D or just no environmental review. And so, while I know that this is a crunch time frame, I'm confident that with our county oversight and our P&D department that we will have plenty of room for public comment. And I think our timeline is actually getting a little less crunched also in the fact that we aren't actually going to go to what we had originally thought. And I guess we'll talk about more of this on July 11th, but we're not going to the ballot in November. We're not going to go until June, so it does give us a little bit more time frame. But I'll move A32.
Mr. Bozanich, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Chair Hartman, members of the board, I would just affirm what Supervisor Lavanino just shared in terms of the practice in many other municipalities around the state of California and local governments. have been taking a variety of approaches to their environmental review processes, including the use of mitigated negative declarations and just out-and-out exemptions from environmental review. And I also make a note that just this past week, the state of California released its draft EIR on cannabis licensing activities across the state. Obviously, it's an important document. It's under review by our planning and development staff as well as our usual department review process. And those comments will be coming back within the 45-day time limit as allowed on that draft EIR. While it's not a local document, I think it does show the importance and the alignment of our strategy to use the environmental review process as a critical component to informing the impacts of any cannabis regulations done in Santa Barbara County.
Supervisor Williams and then Supervisor Wolf.
So the disadvantage of doing an EIR at all, and the reason why all these counties are moving forward is because they're experiencing some of the same challenges we are, which is that it is unclear who to enforce against and who not to. And the purpose of an ordinance as it was articulated and as we voted on was to permit marijuana activity as a method to differentiate those that are trying to comply with good neighbor policies and the law and from those who are not. And therefore to be able to enforce on those who are not and be also able to extract revenue from the ones who are. And both of those are really important. And the reason why this process is being done the way it is to make sure that this process goes as fast as possible given our recognized need to protect ourselves legally by doing an EIR. And, you know, I can tell you the people of Carpinteria don't want to wait for things to change. They want it to happen as soon as possible, and I think that's where some of the biggest I think conflicts are happening between neighbors and marijuana, and they want there to be rules, and they want there to be us to be able to require odor control devices, and we can't do that until we have a permitting structure done. And so this is meaning that we can move with alacrity, and it's important that we do so.
Supervisor Wolf?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I understand the community concerns. I would imagine that even doing a negative deck, that is part of the CEQA review process, is it not, Mr. Dennis?
Chair Hartman, Supervisor Wolf, I would defer to my planning or my legal counsel in terms of, I believe that's true, but I am certainly not
and
a
it's
CEQA
probably
expert.
based on some type of ordinance that's already in place. My point is that this feels backwards. And I understand, again, neighborhood concerns because certainly they've been expressed in my district as well. I just want to make sure that this process is done correctly. And that's basically my bottom line. And I'm concerned that we're moving in such lightning speed that we're not following the proper process. But that's my opinion. But it seems like from staff that this, I think the words were that this is unconventional, which I would definitely agree with.
I had a question for someone, and that is, do we have any sense of when we would have a project description?
Yes, Madam Chair. Our anticipation is roughly within the month of July we'll have a much more solidified project description. Once again, we need to let the state get far enough along such that we feel confident that there aren't going to be any dramatic changes in what they're proposing that would have an effect on whatever we're evaluating at that point in time. But we're looking at sometime in July. So.
Good. So it's not that far down. And from my perspective, there is a great deal of background work no matter what the ultimate project description turns out to be. So I would be in favor. So can we have a motion?
I'll move A32.
Roll call vote?
Ms. Wolf,
No.
Mr. Adam,
No.
Mr. Lavanino, Mr. Williams, Ms. Hartman.
Aye.
Passes 3-2.
And did we have a public request to pull item 41? Is that
I had requests from the public on A77.
okay? A45, Supervisor Wolf?
Chair Hartman, members of the board, item A45. It's from Public Works. This is regarding the Tahigas Landfill Reconfiguration Barone Ranch Restoration Project.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just, I'd get my notes together. The reason I pulled this is that I just wanted to hear confirmation from staff that this doesn't conflict with the earlier item. I think it was A44 on Tahigas. So I have a feeling that we're okay. I would just like verbal confirmation.
Chair Hartman, Supervisor Wolf, these are two completely separate items. The Barone Restoration Project had to do with the impacts that were created during the Tahigas landfill expansion of 2002.
Oh, okay.
And so these are requirements of that project.
Thank you, Mr. Sleep. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Turning to A77.
Chair Hartman, members of the board, item A77. It's from Planning and Development. This is to set a hearing for July 11th, 2017, to consider the appeal filed by the Rancho La Laguna LLC and La Laguna Ranch Company of the Planning Commission's May 31, 2017 denial of the Rancho La Laguna track map and state small water system project.
And we had a public speaker on this one, right? Ms. Petrovich?
Yes. We have Susan Petrovich.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Susan Petrovich with the law firm of Brownstein, Hyatt, Farber, Schreck, and I'm here representing the applicants for this project. You probably have my letter of June 16, I'm sorry. One of the applicants cannot attend the hearing on July 11, so we oppose that date. We object to it. There is a due process issue here, I think. This has been in the process for over 10 years, so another month doesn't seem like an unreasonable request. They both of the applicants obviously want to be present. This is also a North County item, but not a single hearing so far has been in North County, and they would like to have it in Santa Maria. It's much easier for both of them to get to Santa Maria. And then finally, as I mentioned, there was an offer of a waiver. Of course, that's solely for this continuance. But more particularly, the government code section, this is where we're baffled as to why we're even here. The government code section says that the time limits specified in the chapter apply to all reporting and acting on maps and allow the extension with the subdividers' consent. So these subdividers are asking for the time extension, and we're not getting a lot of support from the staff. They don't particularly want to have me prepare and pay for the staff to prepare for 2 hearings instead of 1, and that's what happens even when they're told, don't worry, we're going to open the hearing and close it again. You still have to be prepared for eventualities. So we request the August 29 date. Thank you.
Mr. Gazzoni.
Chair Hartman and Supervisors, the Subdivision Map Act states some crisp deadlines, and the remedy that a proposed map is deemed approved if the county does not meet those deadlines. The Map Act section that allows an extension by mutual consent for reporting and acting on maps does not expressly address hearing appeals, so we disagree with the appellant's position that the law is clear about the county being protected from an extension. So the recommended action is to set hearing on July 11th. That's in the board agenda letter. On July 11th, as Ms. Petrovich noted, the board could certainly then continue the hearing to August 29th, as the appellants have requested, and the board could even, for peace of mind, inform the appellants today that that is your intent. But the recommended action is to set it for July 11th.
And that would very much be my intent, is to give you some security that we need to protect the county's interests and operate within the time frame. It's too big a risk not to do that. So we have to have the hearing on July 11th that we're setting today. But I would commit, from my perspective, that we would then continue the item to August 29th as you've requested. Supervisor Williams?
That would be my commitment as well. I felt like granting some time would be reasonable, and this is the way to do it while still protecting the county legally.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the August 29th meeting is in Santa Maria, I believe. So I would commit to that as well, that I'm not going to push you on July 11th.
Do we need a vote? Supervisor Williams, while Mr. Gazzoni is thinking of the answer to my question.
Oh, the vote would be to set the hearing for July 11th, right? The motion would be.
And also agreeing, I don't know if we can do that, agree then to continue it on the 29th.
Chair Hartman, the motion could certainly be to move staff's recommended action with the addition that the board plans with the consent of the applicant, of the appellant again on July 11th to continue it to August 29th. That would provide peace of mind for the appellant.
So moved.
Roll call vote.
I just have a question.
Oh, Supervisor Wolf.
Ms. Petrovich represents the appellate. So if we have a letter that is saying that they want it for August 29th, isn't this just being redundant? Why don't we just allow it right now?
Chair and Supervisor Wolf, I would say that's where the disagreement with the appellant is, and that is that the statute addressing extensions of their MAP Act does not expressly address appeals, and that's why we feel that the recommendation should be to set the hearing for July 11th, and then at that time, with appellant's consent, to continue the item to August 29th.
So they have to write another letter?
They can appear at the hearing and just state it or write a letter.
Okay. We're ready for the vote.
Ms. Wolf?
Aye.
Mr. Adam?
Aye.
Mr. Lavanino? Mr. Williams? Ms. Hartman?
Aye.
5-0.
And then turning to item A79, I just wanted Ms. Pell to explain that because it appeared in the paper. So would you read that into the record?
Chair Hartman, members of the board, item A79 is from General Services. This is regarding the Northern Branch Jail project report on construction phase. It's in the 3rd District.
Thank you. And I got your communication, and I just wanted to get that public and on the record.
Okay, thank you. Chair Hartman, members of the board, there was a newspaper article, and I believe the Santa Maria Times, that indicated that I was asking for $800,000 additional dollars for this project. That is not correct. It's actually a housekeeping item. We already have the money in the budget. It's just I have certain limitations on change orders. And so, again, the money's in the budget.
Okay, that's all we needed. We do have a late request to speak or pull item A55. Mr. Allen, would you read that into the record?
Chair Hartman, members of the board, item A55 is from the sheriff. It's regarding a $100,000 cash donation to the sheriff's office. We have Jerry Crow to speak to that.
Good morning, Madam Chairman, members of the board, Supervisor Adam. I come today, Jerry Crow, on behalf of Santa Barbara Taxpayer Advocates, on this item for the $100,000 donation from OW Management in Montecito for the Sheriff's Office, earmarked for the Coastal Patrol Bureau. Because it's over $10,000, you have to obey it, or you have to approve it, and the obvious purpose is to give you an opportunity to articulate whatever policies that you have. As I understand, the district or the county's policy is at D41, and it prohibits any kind of control, any kind of policy, input, any kind of quid pro quo. And in this case, it looks like there's $100,000 of cash that's going to go in to fund the sheriff's employees. And it raises the problem that it is the taxpayers' power over this board through its electoral process and its approval of taxes that supports general services like law enforcement. To have private enterprise and private interests come in, support the sheriff, however worthy the goal may be, creates the equivalent of a quid pro quo. There's no free lunch. I can't believe that. And when I reviewed the materials for this morning's session, I saw that the policy was pretty vague and has allowed for an incredible amount of leeway as to how you're going to do it and what you're going to do it, other than the items that I mentioned. And I request that you articulate what policies you are supporting to ask or invite or accept cash donations for the funding of various departmental functions, and thereby undermine the democratic process where the taxpayer is the one who is supposed to be in the driver's seat of this ultimately. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Supervisor Wolf?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sir, I just want to thank you for bringing this item up. I had a similar question that I have asked of County Council, who subsequently spoke to the sheriff, and because I was wondering if it had to do with personnel. The answer I received, I'm satisfied with us moving forward with this. I think the sheriff has, maybe it would be appropriate for Mr. Malakian to explain publicly the use or the potential use of these funds.
Thank you, Supervisor Wolf, to the chair. The donation is gratefully accepted by the Sheriff's Office and will, as the board letter indicates, will be placed in a restricted fund. It is for the refurbishment and improvement of the Coastal Patrol Station. It has nothing to do with personnel or employee benefits. Coastal Patrol Station is in very poor condition, and in fact we are working with the City of Carpinteria at this point, dealing with some mold issues among other things. So we don't have a specific plan yet for how to utilize the fund, but we will come back to the board when we do. And our commitment is that it is solely for the use of the refurbishment of that facility and nothing else.
Supervisor Williams?
Well, I do think it's a real issue in the long run. The way it's supposed to work is that we are supposed to tax ourselves of the necessary resources to fund public safety and the other purposes of our union of government. The reality is we don't do that. So I hope that the advocate would support a sales tax for, say, public safety and parks and libraries as a better means for the Democratic electorate to support these in a sustainable manner instead of depending on private donations, which is not the ideal way of doing that. In absence of a sales tax to adequately fund public safety, I think we got to do this because it's important that we provide the best public safety product that we can, even if this isn't the best way to do it. The cleanest, best way is for us to assess ourselves the necessary resources to fund the level of public safety that the public wants. And that would require a sales tax. So I hope you'd consider supporting a sales tax for that measure.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would want to argue the other side of that. I think when I got on the board, the Sheriff's Department budget was somewhere in the high 90 millions. I think this year it's 135 or 136 million. I don't think you could ever tax the populace enough that we would say we have enough money here to do what we'd like to do. So I don't think that's the answer. I appreciate the donation. It's obviously not the, I think we've had some of these issues too with some donated aircraft, and it does raise, a few concerns, but I for one would not think that this is a case of we're just not taxing people enough, so we need to go to some of our other folks for donations, but maybe just live within our means a little bit more.
I just wanted to follow up on that point you made, Supervisor Lavanino. I believe that there is precedent for this. I attended the Fireball, and they were raising money to support the fire department. So this happens on occasion, and I just would like verification that this isn't the first time this has come before us.
Chair Hartman, Supervisors, the board has made this acceptance of limited purpose donations in the past. It's codified, and it has been a standard practice along the way.
Thank you. And there are safeguards in that
Madam
process.
Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Adam.
Yeah, I just, wanted to comment. My staff and I struggled about whether or not to pull this item yesterday, and, now that we have a little more detail on this, what it boils down to is a failure to maintain our assets. And there's just another example, and, the sheriff in his creativity has gone out and maybe solicited these. I don't know where these donations come from, and I don't know how they are generated, whether they're solicited or whether they're unsolicited, and that creates a different question, which we probably ought to think about a little bit. But we just haven't done our maintenance, and of course, and I don't know what the division of effort is on maintenance of sheriff's assets, whether we're supposed to be maintaining those county buildings or that comes out of his budget. But I agree with Supervisor Lavanino that we can't tax everybody enough to do all the stuff, and when we fail to do our maintenance, we're just misprioritizing some of our spending. And we've been doing that for a very long period of time. And so you're starting to see the effects of that at this point, and to such an extent that somebody would put $100,000 into maintaining a building which wasn't maintained properly in the first place, or it wouldn't have mold in it. So that's a condition that if it is bad, is going to lead to more closed session time for us in the future, because employees are exposed to mold. So I would always encourage us and take this opportunity to encourage us to do what's primary responsibility, which is to manage our assets well.
Do we need a separate vote on this item, Supervisor Adam?
No.
Okay.
Not for me. I'm going to support the item, but I find it sad and pathetic that we have to go out and solicit donations to do something that's our primary responsibility.
Supervisor Wolf and then Supervisor Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If there's no further comments on these items, I would like to move the balance of the consent agenda.
Second.
And Chair Hartman, I understand Supervisor Wolf's motion to include at A22 moving the remainder of those budget revision requests other than 5063, which was voted on separately.
Right.
Yes, that was voted on separately, so it wouldn't be part of this motion.
So we need to call the vote.
Ms. Wolf?
Aye.
Mr. Adam?
Aye.
Mr. Lavanino? Mr. Williams? Ms. Hartman?
Aye.
Passes 5-0.
Okay, now is the time for public comment on items not on today's agenda. Do we have any speaker slips, Mr. Allen?
No requests.
Turning then to our departmental agenda, item number 1. Would you read that into the record? And Mr. Bozanich? Oh, there you are.
Hartman and members of the board. Item number 1 from the County Executive Office is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the California Enterprise Development Authority financing of tax-exempt private activity bonds on behalf of the Santa Barbara student housing.
Chair Hartman,
Yes.
members of the board, this is the first of 2 Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act, or TEFRA, hearings on your agenda this morning. As an overview, a TEFRA hearing is required when revenue bonds are issued to finance the project of a tax-exempt charitable corporation. The statute doesn't lay out a specific procedure for approving other than the approval by the governmental unit following reasonable public notice and the subject to community input and consideration of that input by the board. By the way, I want to thank Mr. Gazzoni for those words. Both hearings today have been sufficiently noticed. Both have been granted concurrence by County Council, Auditor Controller, and on last Thursday by the Debt Advisory Committee. The debt you are requested to consider and possibly approve is not a debt of the county. Agenda item D1 requests a public hearing on a debt issuance of up to $6 million by the California Enterprise Development Authority, or CEDA, a joint powers authority of which Santa Barbara County is an associate member, for the benefit of the Santa Barbara Student Housing Corporation. It is a nonprofit corporation, and Santa Barbara Student Housing would use the proceeds to finance and refinance acquisition and rehabilitation of several student housing sites in Isla Vista and the city of Santa Barbara. With us today are representatives from Bond Counsel, Sam Balassi, also Mr. Frank Thompson and others from Santa Barbara Student Housing if you were to have questions about the projects itself or the financing. We are available to answer any questions. Afterwards, I'd ask that you open the public hearing, receive any public input, and then consider adoption of the resolution approving the issuance of tax-exempt debt for the benefit of Santa Barbara Student Housing, as well as approve the CEQA findings as identified in the board letter. And with that, myself and others would be available for any questions you might have before opening the public hearing.
And seeing no lights, let's go directly to public comment.
Chair Hartman, members of the board, we have two requests to speak this morning. We're going to start with Dashina Nanthakumar, to be followed by Frank Thompson.
Hi, good morning. I am the president of the board of directors at the Student Housing Cooperative in Santa Barbara, and I'm just here to give a statement saying that the housing cooperative comes together from all of the houses, and all the presidents and representatives make the decisions collectively for all of our houses. So this would mean a lot to me if you would approve it, and I'm sure to everyone else on the board as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Frank Thompson.
Hello, Frank Thompson. So I serve on the board of the Student Housing Cooperative, which has been very enjoyable for the last 7 years. When I first joined the board, or rejoined the board, I helped start them 40 years ago. There were about 40 of us, so it's turned out to be, this is their anniversary year. But at any rate, this is an exciting time for the board because this refinancing would help save quite a bit of money. That they were paying off debt at 4.25%, and we would have new debt at 3.5%. So it's very helpful to the organization. And one of their missions is to provide low-cost student housing for UCSB and City College students. So I also wanted to say that First Republic Bank would be the purchaser of this debt, and the co-op has had a relationship with First Republic for over 10 years. So they've been really very good for us. This is an excellent interest rate. And if you have any questions, I'm available.
Is this your first house in Santa Barbara?
Yes. The student co-op has 5 houses of different apartment houses and dormitory spaces in Isla Vista. But this would permit us to purchase property at 721 West Victoria, which would house 11 students. Our plan is to provide some housing away from UCSB for graduate students.
And could you talk a little more about the model of cooperative housing?
Love to. This particular one, this co-op is actually a nonprofit corporation, which is like a trust. So although it has members and the members have voting rights, they don't actually own the property. The corporation itself owns the property and builds the equity in the houses. And we've had an appraisal. The 6 co-op properties together would be just about $12 million, and this is $6 million worth of financing. So over 40 years, they've accumulated $6 million in equity. Again, it is to support education generally. The students rotate, they have certain hours of required service each week, which includes service on their house board and this board of directors. So they learn a great deal about running a small business as well as interpersonal relations.
And am I correct that over time that you're making money and reinvesting in new housing, so this is a growing housing stock, and you're consolidating debt so that you can pay off some of the previous mortgages or loans at a lower rate?
Right, that's correct. So principally that, and to acquire the new house, and this also provides funding for capital repairs at some of the existing houses. Thank you.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you. Supervisor Adam, did you have any questions? I just wanted to check in with you now and then.
Thank you for doing that. I'm still alive and no questions.
Okay, paying attention. I see no lights up here. I just wanted to say that the cooperative housing model is a really strong model. I was a teacher at Oberlin College where this was developed, and it really gives the students a major role in learning how to manage a household as well as how to manage the finances. And I'm very excited to see it here in Santa Barbara, and thank you, Mr. Thompson, for all the work you're doing, for 40 years commitment.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
Very supportive. We need far more student housing to address the skyrocketing rents in our community. It's not just for the benefit of students, but it's also for the benefit of residents, because the less that they're competing for the same housing, the less our rents will be skyrocketing. So I think it's supportable for many reasons, and I'll move approval.
May I have a second? Second. And call the vote.
Ms. Wolf?
Aye.
Mr. Adam?
Aye.
Mr. Lavanino? Aye. Mr. Williams?
Aye.
Ms. Hartman?
Aye.
Passes 5-0.
Okay, item number 2, would you read that into the record?
Chair Hartman, members of the board, item 2 also from the County Executive Office, a hearing to consider recommendations regarding California Enterprise Development Authority financing of tax-exempt private activity bonds on behalf of the Dunn School.
Chair Hartman, members of the board, agenda item 2 requests a hearing and approval by resolution of a debt issuance of up to $8 million on behalf of Dunn School, a nonprofit corporation by the California Enterprise Development Authority. Dunn School would use the proceeds from the issuance for financing and refinancing educational facilities, including a student center at their campus in Los Olivos. Again, Sam Balassi, bond counsel, is with us to answer any questions about the proposed issuance, as well as representatives from Dunn School. Chad, who is their CFO, is here to answer any questions. Just a reminder to you and to the public that this debt issuance is not a debt of the county. Your approval is needed to allow this nonprofit to be able to access tax-exempt financing. And with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions, followed by the opening of the public hearing and possible adoption of the approval resolution, as well as the CEQA findings.
No lights on up here, so we can go to the public.
No request to speak.
Okay, may I have a motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll move this item.
Second.
Call the vote.
Ms. Wolf?
Aye.
Mr. Adam?
Aye.
Mr. Lavanino? Aye. Mr. Williams? Aye. Ms. Hartman?
Aye.
Passes 5-0.
Turning to item number 3.
Chair Hartman, members of the board, item 3 is from Public Works and to the board is the Board of Directors of the Laguna County Sanitation District. This is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Laguna County Sanitation District ordinance relative to service charges, connection fees, trunk line fees, and a resolution relative to the collection of service charges on the tax roll, 3rd, 4th, and 5th districts.
Mr. Wolf.
Madam Chair, members of the board, this is our annual rate setting hearing for the Laguna County Sanitation District, and Marty Wilder will be making the presentation today.
Good morning, Chair, members of the Board of Directors. Laguna County Sanitation District was established in 1958, provides wastewater services to the Orcutt and unincorporated Santa Maria area. It's regulated by a handful of permits, and its mission is to conserve and protect our resources. The annual rates and fee ordinance today. The action was published pursuant to Prop 218 as well as government code requirements. It was sent out to our customers, about 12,000 customers, service connections rather, on 10,000 parcels. The hearing was published pursuant to the government code in the Santa Maria Times. We held an open house, and we to date have received about 8 protests. Sewer charge rates pay for the annual operation, maintenance, replacement, and reserves of the fund for the district. It's collected on the tax roll. And this year we're proposing a 1.9% increase, which is consistent with the CPI to keep up with costs. The prior 5-year rate adjustments were intended to provide for the replacement of the old plant processes, known as the Phase 1 plant upgrade, as presented to the board in 2011 in the master plan. The master plan assessed the condition of the plant and looked into performance in the future. It reviewed current and upcoming regulatory criteria, compared treatment discharge alternatives, and then defined our plant upgrades in 2 phases. Phase 1 would be to replace the existing old plant, as I mentioned, and the Phase 2 plant upgrade would be for future capacity needs to accommodate development. It also evaluated the costs and revenue needs to pay for these improvements. The proposed sewer charge this year is $981.99 on the tax roll for a single-family residential unit equivalent. Last year's rate was $963.68, so that's an annual increase of $18.31, which is equivalent to about $1.52 a month. Multiple family rates are slightly less, and they are proposed to be set at $819.54 per year. Schools are at $50.94 per capita per year, and the commercial is based on flow and load as a residential unit equivalent. Countywide, just in comparison, Laguna County Sanitation District treats to tertiary disinfectant levels, and the upper tier shows the other agencies that do so, 81, 83 per month. And the assumed or proposed rate increase those other agencies are proposing for next year. The other agencies in the county treat to secondary levels, and their monthly rates and proposed increases are shown. The average countywide is just under $65 a month. When you combine this with water and sewer together, you get a bit more of a representative analysis, and you can see that the county average is at $145 per month, and combined with the water and sewer service for our customers, it's about just under $131 per month. Developer impact fees, we have some. They're paid by development to pay for their equity buy-in to the system. We have some for trunk lines and also for plant improvements. Connection fees fund the plant improvements, while the trunk line pay for replacement of the major collection system portions. The fees are adjusted pursuant to ordinances and or agreements. The connection fee has a rate increase of 4% per residential unit equivalent and is proposed to be at $7,219 per unit. Trunk line fees, the Dutard-Salmon trunk line was a line that the district constructed, has a 4% rate increase and is proposed to be at $1,024 per unit. Whereas the Bradley-Salmon trunk line was constructed by private interest, and we have a reimbursement agreement, and that is based on the prime rate, which is 3.75%, and therefore the per unit cost would be $2,436. So recommendation by staff is to adopt the ordinance as recommended.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Wilder? Supervisor Adam, just checking in.
No, I think that, I've spent some time out there with Marty, and the facility is being improved, and it's necessary maintenance, and I'm really happy about the way it's gone, and I thought if anything we were going to get more kickback back in the days when we were having 10 and 12% rate increases for the first 5 years, I think, of this, or is this the 5th year of this program? And now we're just down to CPI adjustments, which is fantastic. So I really support it.
Okay. Any public speaking slips?
Chair Hartman, members of the board, we have 2 requests. We're going to go to Santa Maria for Todd Wilson, to be followed by Chuck Williams. Mr. Wilson.
Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Todd Wilson. I live at 114 Wilson Drive in Orchid. I recently moved from Ojai. I've lived here about 1.5 years, and I am a homeowner. I wanted to point out to the board, and Supervisor Adam made comment about the increases over the last 5 years, and I reviewed my tax bill, and the 2011-2012 year was $590. 2016-2017 year, it was $964. That in itself, had I lived here over that period of time, I certainly would have been concerned with the amount of rate increase and what kind of improvement would have occurred over that period of time to allow that increase to happen. I do see the proposed 1.9%, and I do have a question whether CPI is the factor, if we're going to use a CPI as an index, whether that's relative to the actual increases that are occurring to the district itself. And having seen increases of about 38% over that 5-year period of time, another concern that I have is that there is a proposed expansion. I had an opportunity to visit with the general manager and did a tour of the site. And I am concerned about the proposed expansion and the debt service that would be on that. And if that's going to be on top of the existing $964 assessment, that's a concern to me, future tense. And the question would be, is that going to push Orcutt into the lead as far as sanitation district expenses? And I'm concerned with that. I did notice on my tax bill that there are a number of other special districts, and I would be interested in knowing, and I don't know the answer to this, whether any of these districts had incurred those kind of 38% increases over that period of time. My main concern is future tense. What is this bond issue, and what is the debt service, and what will the overall sanitation district expense be to me? And thanks very much for letting me speak with you this morning.
Todd Wilson.
That was Mr. Wilson,
Oh,
who lives on
pardon me,
Wilson
Chuck
Street.
Williams.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Board. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I have mixed feelings about this project. The percentage that has gone up that I was presented with on my statement from the Laguna Sanitation District said that it was an 87% increase. In approximately 2010, my property or my sewage bill was $500 a year. My sewer rate has gone up 200%. My sewer rate is $1,640 a year. Now, Supervisor Adam, thank you for giving me some of your time last Thursday. I do really appreciate it, the time that you spent with me, and I did not intend to blindside you, and I apologize again for that. This agenda item you all are about to vote on causes me concern. I did submit a letter yesterday to the clerk of the board. I do believe in Supervisor Adams' way of keeping infrastructure in sound condition, and I applaud you, Mr. Adam, for your courage and your past success. You do have an uphill battle most of the time. This time, as you know, I have concerns about this new proposed sewer plant expansion. My concern is the future 1.9% automatic tax increase on my property taxes. Also, the Proposition 13 additional 2% tax on top of that now makes this a 3.9% increase compounded annually. Most taxpayers do not get an automatic compounding 1.9% pay raise every year, and many of them take cuts. Senior citizens on Social Security did not get a cost of living raise at all last year. What guarantee do we have as taxpayers that this increase will not end up spent in Santa Barbara or used for unfunded pensions or any place other than this sewer plant in this district? Laguna Sanitation District has a $16 million bank account to be used to obtain lower interest rates on future bonds and grants, according to the plant manager, Marty Wilder. How many bonds or grants are needed? When can we expect this to end? The new plant cost is now estimated to be $40 million, and $16 million has already been accumulated in the past approximate 6 years. This equals about a $2.7 million per year income. That leaves a $24 million to collect from taxpayers. Now, this leaves approximately 9 years to pay off the estimated $40 million debt. How many years will we be paying for bonds and grants? Clearly, there is more than enough tax income now to cover the new cost of the $40 million plant without grants or bonds money or bond money after the new plant is constructed.
And that is your time.
Constructed.
That is your time.
Will there
sir.
be any? Will there be any new? This is basically a pyramid. Thank you.
Thank you. So that closes the public portion of this hearing, and we bring it back to Mr. Wilder. Were there any responses you'd like to make to comments you heard?
Madam Chair, members of the board, the previous rate increases anticipated debt service into the future, so there will not be a compounding of increased rates in the future based on going out to debt. Also, as one gentleman mentioned, the capital improvements estimated about $40 million, and we have $16 million already set aside for the amount, so the amount we'll need to borrow should be significantly less than the $40 million.
And just in response to a comment, this money will only be spent on this project. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, as the Board of Directors for Laguna County Sanitation District, yes, it will be.
Thank you. Any other board comments? Supervisor Adam, again checking in.
Well, you just covered one of my points. Thank you for asking, Supervisor Hartman, or Chair. You know, these rate increases have been a long time coming. We got it for cheap for many, many years, and now we got to pay a little extra because nobody paid in. You know, like so many things at the county do, we build it and then we kind of operate it, and we don't put away to for a fund for maintaining it and replacing it as we, even though we know it's wearing out at some kind of an anticipated or anticipatable rate. And so we had to radically jack up the rates for a few years in a row, and now we're through that, And I think our Public Works Department's done a fantastic job of planning it and financing it, and I think it's going to be a great project, and everybody in Orchid that flushes their toilet, which is everybody that I know, is going to appreciate that in the future.
Would you care to make the motion?
I'll move staff recommendations.
May I have a second? Would you call the vote?
Ms. Wolf?
Aye.
Mr. Adam?
Aye.
Mr. Lavanino? Aye. Mr. Williams?
Aye.
Ms. Hartman?
Aye.
Passes 5-0.
Turning to agenda item number 4.
Chair Hartman, members of the board, item 4 is from Planning and Development. It's a hearing to consider the recommendation regarding the Montecito and County Planning Commission approve of case number 17 ORD 1, 2, and 3, which would amend respectively the Montecito Land Use and Development Code and the County Land Use and Development Code and the Coastal Zoning Ordinance to implement Program 2.8 of the Santa Barbara County 2015 to 23 Housing Element Update.
Thank you. Mr. Clayman, do you want to introduce your team?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Yes, I'd like to introduce Mr. Alan Bell, Supervising Planner in the Long Range Planning Division, and Ms. Jessie Steele for her first board presentation. So thank you very much.
Good morning, Chair Hartman and members of the board. My name is Jessica Steele, and today I'll present an overview of Program 2.8, a housing element implementation program that proposes zoning ordinance amendments to permit transitional and supportive housing in accordance with state law. Homelessness is a prevalent issue throughout the state and in our community. In January 2015, Common Ground Santa Barbara and the Central Coast Collaborative on Homelessness conducted a survey and counted over 1,400 homeless persons in the cities and unincorporated areas of the county. Of those individuals, 37% said they were living in shelters or transitional housing. These figures reflect a community need for transitional and supportive housing. These housing types link affordable housing to supportive or social services and therefore enable recovery and stable independent living for those in need. These next couple slides will provide background on transitional and supportive housing as well as target populations. Formal definitions have been adopted by the state and can be found in attachments 3, 5, and 7 of the board letter. In short, supportive housing is permanent rental housing for members of target populations, meaning persons with low incomes and one or more disabilities. Supportive housing offers supportive services to its residents, which can be received in their home or in the community. Some examples of these services include medical care and mental health services. Transitional and supportive housing often occupy 1, 2, and multiple family dwellings, so they easily blend in with the surrounding neighborhood. Transitional housing specifically targets homeless individuals. This may include target populations such as youth aging out of foster care or adults leaving institutional settings. And to address the needs of these populations, transitional housing sets limits on the length of stay, usually with a minimum of 6 months and a maximum of 2 years. The housing is provided at little to no cost to the resident, and they typically offer supportive services that help residents to retain stable, permanent housing, such as counseling and vocational training. The state adopted new housing laws that require local jurisdictions to remove constraints to the development of transitional and supportive housing. Specifically, Government Code Section 65583A5 states, transitional and supportive housing shall be considered a residential use of property and shall be subject only to those restrictions that apply to other residential dwellings of the same type in the same zone. Given the state mandate, the Board of Supervisors included Program 2.8 in the 2015-2023 Housing Element Update. This program directs the county to amend its zoning ordinances to comply with state law regarding the permitting of transitional and supportive housing. Currently, the zoning ordinances implicitly allow transitional and supportive housing within various dwellings and as special care homes, but to comply with state law, we must make these uses explicit. So to do that, the proposed amendments include the following changes to the zoning ordinances. First, they add definitions of supportive housing, target population, and transitional housing, verbatim from Government Code Section 65582. Second, they list transitional and supportive housing as residential uses in applicable zones. And lastly, they include new provisions to allow transitional and supportive housing as residential uses with no additional restrictions. This means transitional and supportive housing will be permitted and regulated identically to other dwellings of the same type in the same zone. Therefore, the proposed amendments would not allow new dwelling types or change zoning regulations in any zone. Rather, they simply clarify that transitional and supportive housing are allowable uses that may occupy dwelling types already allowed in specific zones. At a public hearing on April 12th, the Montecito Planning Commission voted 4-0 to recommend approval of the proposed Montecito Land Use and Development Code amendments with minor revisions and the proposed Coastal Zoning Ordinance amendments with no changes. And at a public hearing on May 3rd, the County Planning Commission voted 4-0 to recommend approval of the proposed County Land Use and Development Code and Coastal Zoning Ordinance amendments. As part of public outreach for Program 2.8, staff consulted with the California Department of Housing and Community Development while drafting the proposed amendments. They created a new webpage on the Long Range Planning Division's website, placed display ads in regional newspapers approximately 3 weeks prior to the first public hearing, sent notices to various community organizations and groups, including the Eastern Goleta Valley Coalition and the Joint Cities County Affordable Housing Task Group. These notices were sent out in advance of and separate from hearing notices. And staff also attended a housing task group meeting on April 27th and presented the proposed ordinance amendments. Proposed amendments to all 3 zoning ordinances are exempt from CEQA pursuant to Guidelines Section 15061B3. This exempts projects that have no possibility of significant effect on the environment. The proposed amendments only clarify allowed uses and do not propose any new dwelling types or residential uses. Therefore, no changes in physical development would occur that could have a significant effect on the environment, and thus the project is exempt from CEQA. The proposed amendments to the Coastal Zoning Ordinance also qualify for a statutory exemption from CEQA under Guidelines Section 15265, which states that government activities requiring the preparation and adoption of local coastal program amendments are statutorily exempt from CEQA. The recommendations for your board are summarized on this slide and can be found on pages 1 and 2 of the board letter. Staff recommends that your board make the required findings for approval, including CEQA findings, determine that the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to Guidelines Sections 15061 and 15265, and adopt the proposed amendments to the Montecito Land Use and Development Code, County Land Use and Development Code, and the Coastal Zoning Ordinance. And this concludes my presentation, and staff is available to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Ms. Steele? Supervisor Wolf?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, thank you for your presentation. Did a great job. You started off by saying that this transitional and supportive were pretty much inclusive of what we call special care homes. And is that the group of homes where we have a limit of the number of people that can, is it 6 that can stay in those homes?
Supervisor Wolf, through the chair. In our zoning ordinances, we do currently make a distinction for special care homes with 6 or fewer and 7 or more residents. But according to state law, we cannot do that with transitional and supportive housing.
Okay, so there is no limit on the number of people that can reside in a home. What department, if there is one, would it be HCD, who monitors that the people who are living in these homes actually get the programs and the care that they are supposed to be getting? Or do we just allow it and then there's no follow-up? I'm just curious.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Wolf, the way these are set up now is there are provisions under state law for licensing of some facilities of this, but licensing is not a requirement. So the way we set it up is that the applicant would need to apply specifically for this use under the terms under which it's allowed, but we don't have a state agency that would monitor unlicensed facilities, nor would the county proactively monitor those. It would basically be the conditions in the project description that regulate the use.
Could that be something that the county could do, though, is to monitor? I mean, are we precluded from doing that? Making sure that they're following the intent of this law, which is to keep the rents low or no rent and providing services? Because what I would hate to do is have someone come in and say, this is what we're doing, we're going to put 10 people in a home, and then they end up, then they may end up charging rents that aren't acceptable. So what is it seems like we need to have an enforcement piece. So help me understand why we wouldn't.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Wolf, the real intent of these is to treat these uses as we would treat other residential uses. And with other residential uses, we don't have any type of regular monitoring that we do in terms of the number of individuals and those types of things. So I think the way we've set things up here, again, is to mirror how we permit other residential uses and not impose additional conditions upon these particular uses. The actual permitting for it would specify the purpose of it, and if there was some type of an alleged complaint, then the county could investigate that as part of an enforcement action and take necessary steps to correct that. And that, again, would treat these transitional and supportive uses as we treat other residential uses.
Okay, well, thank you. I guess that's philosophically an appropriate thing to do if we're looking at all housing as being important for these folks. And I guess we'll just wait and see how it all plays out. All right, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for your concerns. I have in my district not this kind of housing, but other kinds of housing that are creating a great deal of trouble for neighbors, and many concerns about building senior housing without the wraparound services that are required, or group homes without the proper regulation. So I see this as an issue going forward, and I'm very grateful that Supervisor Wolf flagged it. And what happens if we don't approve this? I assume there are dire consequences from the state.
Madam Chair, well, a couple of things. One is, as Ms. Steele mentioned, this is a program in our housing element that the county did commit to looking at and taking under its consideration. So if we were to reject it, it would really fly in the face of one of our programs in the housing element. The second thing is that it is state law right now. So if someone pressed the county for this use, the county would have to follow state law regardless of what the ordinances say. What we're trying to do is really clarify the ordinance, bring them into compliance with state law. And I think also by doing that, it does clarify and signal that these are uses that are allowed. It's a definite community need, so it's not something that one has to really delve deeply into the ordinance in order to discover whether or not the use is actually allowed. So it's really kind of a public service and a way to help foster this type of housing.
Mr. Gazzoni and then Supervisor Williams.
Chair Hartman and supervisors, I'll just generally agree with what Mr. Bell has said, and that is that the transitional housing and supportive housing component is a required part of the housing element. Johanna Hartley was with me today and had actually done the look-see at this, and we could address any compare and contrast with general residential housing, but the short answer is that this section is designed to treat these as residential housing.
Supervisor Williams? Did Ms. Hartley? Supervisor Wolf would like to hear from you.
So, Chair and Supervisors, I guess to further clarify is that what the government code requires is that these types of housing, transitional and supportive housing, be treated the same and only be subject to the restrictions that apply to other residential dwellings of the same type in the same zone. So that limits the county's ability to impose additional or greater restrictions on these forms of housing.
Supervisor Williams and then Supervisor Wolf.
Well, one of the things we bemoan over and over again is the number of homeless people dying on the streets, the number of homeless people creating problems for local businesses and residents, and you don't solve these things by doing nothing. You solve them by actually creating opportunities for sound transitional housing. And I'll put up an example in the first district of one, El Carrillo. It's a project that I funded while we were on the city council, and Mayor Schneider helped lead the charge on that, and it was a great project. I mean, we do not get complaints. In fact, we get people from out of town who want to stay at our nice fancy hotel when it's homeless transitional housing. We don't get TOT for that. And the reason is because it's designed, it has staff support on site, and frankly, we haven't been able to restrict the amount of people in units since one local jurisdiction tried, over 20 years ago, 30 years ago, and it was struck down by the courts. So it's not constitutional to do so, and this is the best solution, both to comply with state law, the Constitution, and our own ideals of wanting to house homeless instead of them dying and creating problems on the street.
Supervisor Wolf,
so
and then
I'll move the staff recommendation.
May I have a second, and then wait, we haven't had public comment yet, so let's wait on the motion if we could. Supervisor Wolf, and then Supervisor Adam, if you have something to add.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just obviously this is an appropriate goal to get homeless off the street. What I worry about is not just the enforcement, but the reality of doing this. When we talk about temporary housing for the homeless, that's transitional, and it's 6 months to 2 years. I'm still not comfortable with the fact that there is no oversight, because if that's and also that they are supposed to be getting counseling and vocational training. So to say, and not you, but the state is saying, we'll treat this as a residential home. Again, that's a lofty goal, but it's in fact not, because there are certain requirements. Again, it's 6 months to 2 years living there, and they are supposed to receive services. So I guess what I heard Mr. Bell say is that there is no enforcement from the county, that we will only be dependent upon people complaining. And what I think we might hear the complaints is that maybe they don't want transitional housing in their neighborhood, which would be unfortunate. What I think the complaints should be is that whoever is owning the home is not providing the services that they are supposed to be providing. And we have no way of monitoring that. So to the extent that we can look at this in the future, I think we should, because honestly, this state law to me is flawed, and I wish there was a little bit more teeth in it. But I will go ahead and support the motion, because as has been stated, it's the state law and that's what we have to do. But again, I think it's flawed, and I don't really think it. I think there is the opportunity for people to take advantage of the homeless, to take advantage of people with disabilities or low income, and I hope that doesn't happen.
Supervisor Adam, and then we'll go for public comment.
I have a couple comments and a question. One question is, what's the difference between this and a short-term rental? Are we making long-term contracts over 30 days with the people that will be staying in these homes?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Adam, the shortest amount of time that a resident could stay in transitional or supportive housing is 6 months. And I do believe they have to sign a lease for that, so it wouldn't be something like a short-term rental where they're only staying there for 30 days or less.
Okay, so we can't charge any TOT. That's a joke. No. Okay. Well, what's not a joke is the number of homeless that we have here. And, you know, when I came, I'm not recalling which exact year this was, but it was early in my tenure in the first term. And I believe that the point in time count was around 900 or so. And now we've got 1,400. And I think, you know, as much as you want to help people, you know, if you build it, they will come. And to the extent that we draw more people here because we make it really comfortable, we're going to end up with more homeless people here. So I think at some point, and you know, this is a state law, we're just observing, but at some point we're going to have to take a look at the strategy because it's not working.
Supervisor Williams, and then public comment.
I just want to remind the board that if somebody wanted to try to take advantage of the homeless, then they would just not call it transitional and supportive housing. They'd just rent out, you know, by the night or by the month or whatever to a large group of people. I guess you could call that a flop house. I could imagine what kind of abuses would happen. But if somebody wanted to take advantage of the homeless by doing a flop house, they just wouldn't call it transitional or supportive housing, and it would be just governed by our normal residential codes anyway, because you can't restrict constitutionally the number of people per bedroom or per home. So there's a route for them to exploit people, and they wouldn't take this much trouble to call it transitional housing if they just wanted to exploit people.
Do we have public speaker slips?
One request to speak, Frank Thompson.
Hello, Frank Thompson. I work as a housing consultant. I've worked in affordable housing in Santa Barbara County now for about 39 years. And from time to time, sponsors, nonprofit sponsors or government have attempted to do projects of this nature. And it has been difficult. I think it has had a chilling effect in the past to anticipate having to get a minor conditional use permit or a major conditional use permit solely because there was a supportive housing component. We really had a very gray area in the ordinance before this. I don't think it's been looked at in probably 40 or 50 years. So updating it to current standards, I think is probably important. I do want to focus attention on this to a particular group, not necessarily the homeless, and that would be the group of people who have permanent disability and have as their sole source of support SSI or SSA, SSDI, other types of government support. So you may not, I mean, there are about 11,000 people that receive only SSI income and are disabled in Santa Barbara County at the last census of that population. And they need to get by in this county on $865 a month for the rest of their life. And they need a house or an apartment or a room at about $235 a month to be affordable. We will never have enough Section 8 to fund all 11,000 of them. So the other types of housing assistance are generally not available to these folks. So this state law, as I understand it, defines 3 conditions to be covered, and that is you must be low income, you must have a permanent disability, and you must participate in a recovery program. So that covers possibly a group of the homeless, but largely the group of people who are permanently disabled. And so that to me is what this state law is really about, and to provide access to decent and affordable housing for that group. So I certainly urge you to support this, and I'll do my best to work with sponsors to bring forward some proposals, all of which will be restricted, as you've mentioned. Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Supervisor Wolf has a question for you, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you for bringing up the disabled population, and I do recall that that was one of the requirements, is that there was a disability. But one of the things that you said was that they have to be involved in a recovery program, and I don't remember seeing that. And so I would like maybe staff to explain or further expand on that, because what if you might be low income and have a disability, but not necessarily need a recovery program? So I'd really like just to clarify what the requirements are. Thank you for speaking. And maybe
did you have something to add, Mr. Thompson?
No, I'm sorry I
that
didn't
point?
bring the state definitions with me, because they are very particular and not maybe the most obvious meaning of those words.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Chair Hartman, Supervisor Wolf, from what we understand from the government code, transitional and supportive housing is required to provide or offer supportive services either on site or in the community, but it is actually up to the residents if they would like to participate in those services. They're not a mandatory part of their tenancy in these homes.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
So just to follow on, when the project comes forward to the Planning and Development Department, it can't be a condition of the project that they actually provide the services that the state law says they're supposed to provide?
Chair Hartman, no, we cannot impose those conditions because they're not something we would require of
regular residential housing. Okay. I think now we're ready for a motion.
Move staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Call the roll.
Ms. Wolf?
Aye.
Mr. Adam?
Aye.
Mr. Lavanino? Aye. Mr. Williams? Aye. Ms. Hartman?
Aye.
Passes 5-0.
Yeah, I think we'll take a 10-minute break before we come to item number 5, the CREF grants. We're reconvening the June 20th, 2017 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. We are to item number 5 on our agenda. Would you read that into the record, Mr. Allen?
Chair Hartman, members of the board. Item 5 is from Planning and Development. It's a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Coastal Resource Enhancement Fund guidelines and the allocation for the 2017 CREF grants.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Peter Cantle. I'm the Division Manager for the Energy and Minerals Division. To my immediate right is Aaron Briggs, the Energy Specialist, and to my far right is Kathy Pfeiffer. Kathy will be handling the presentation today, covering our recommended allocations for 2017, some modifications to the CREF guidelines, and a few other matters, which Kathy will take away.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cantle. Good morning, Chair Hartman and supervisors. This is a hearing to amend the CREF guidelines and allocate the 2017 CREF awards. Staff recommendations for your board today will include amending the CREF guidelines, consider and approve staff's recommendations for the 2017 CREF awards, direct staff to prepare the necessary contractual agreements, extend the 2016 CREF award to the Trust for Public Land for acquisition of the Gaviota Marine Terminal property until June of 2019, and determine these actions are exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. The first amendment proposed for the CREF guidelines, we're going to start with that. Staff recommends that CREF cycles be conducted every other year instead of annually until the Point Arguello and San Ynez unit projects resume operations. As you know, these facilities are not operating due to the shut-in Plains pipeline. Last June, your board approved lowering both facilities' CREF fees since potential coastal impacts were reduced because the two operators purged oil from their facilities. Accumulating 2 years of CREF fees before soliciting proposals would allow a larger amount to be available, making it more worthwhile for an applicant to spend time preparing a CREF application. And in addition, conducting cycles every other year would be more administratively efficient by reducing costs associated with staff time. Second, staff recommends a schedule to set aside $1 million of CREF fees over time to comply with a Coastal Commission special condition on the Point Arguello Coastal Development Permit. The special condition required Point Arguello to provide $1 million to Santa Barbara County through its first 3 CREF payments, earmarked for a Hollister Ranch public access program. Point Arguello made its first 3 CREF payments back in the late 1980s. However, the county did not set aside $1 million and instead funded coastal enhancement projects. Currently, there is a lawsuit addressing public recreational access to the Hollister Ranch. In recognition that the Coastal Conservancy may request funds if and when this lawsuit is resolved in their favor, and because we are currently collecting less annual CREF fees due to the shutdown of 2 facilities, staff is recommending funds be set aside to meet the Coastal Commission's condition beginning this year in 2017. This will require setting aside approximately $125,000 to $250,000 a year for the next 5 to 7 years. Staff will continue to monitor the status of the Hollister Ranch access case, and if necessary, will return to your board with a recommendation on accelerating a set-aside schedule. Moving on to the 2017 CREF cycle. The county received 14 proposals to consider, 2 of which are acquisitions. As you can see from this slide, the proposals are seeking more than what we have available in both the acquisition and general allocation subfunds. Attachment B of your board letter includes a detailed evaluation of each of the proposals. Staff recommends funding 8 of the 14 proposals in the 2017 cycle. This slide shows staff's recommendation for the 2 recommended acquisition awards. The first recommendation is for $144,750 CREF grant to the City of Carpinteria and the Land Trust for Santa Barbara County. A CREF award would help the 2 entities purchase the Carpinteria Bluffs 3 property in Carpinteria. Staff believes the proposed acquisition would be an excellent use of CREF monies. The applicants have secured over $5.8 million towards the $6 million purchase price. The second recommendation is for $10,750 CREF grant to the City of Goleta to go towards purchasing a 1/4 acre of open space and adding it to the existing Sperling Preserve in Goleta. The city had returned this amount from a past CREF award for a similar property because the city had over fundraised. Staff recommends the money go back to the city to help purchase this property.
Could we interrupt? I don't think we have the PowerPoint as part of our package. We do? Share with me? Yeah, I'll share. But what about Janet? Yeah, okay. They're gonna get one. Sorry to interrupt, Ms. Pfeiffer.
No problem. Do you want me to hold off until you get your copies, or? No. Okay. All right. Well, we'll start on this slide, which shows 3 of the general allocation CREF awards. First, proposal number 1 would help with countywide public outreach for the Channel Islands Marine and Wildlife Institute and countywide education on the impacts that trash can have on marine mammals. Second, proposal number 4 would aid the county in finalizing its engineering plans for Santa Claus Lane, providing much-needed infrastructure for all modes of transportation along Santa Claus Lane and the beach near Carpinteria. Third, proposal number 7 would help develop an offshore oil exhibit at the Santa Barbara Maritime Museum located in the Santa Barbara Harbor. This slide shows staff's recommendations for 3 additional general allocation CREF awards. First, proposal number 11 would enhance the Barone Ranch Trail located on the Gaviota Coast. Second, proposal number 13 would go towards marine-themed exhibits in a new outdoor space at the Santa Maria Valley Discovery Museum in Santa Maria. And third, proposal number 14 would help prepare engineering designs to remove 3 barriers to steelhead migration in the Manzana Creek watershed in the Los Padres National Forest. In the 2016 CREF cycle, the board awarded a CREF grant to the Trust for Public Land towards purchasing the Gaviota Marine Terminal property along the Gaviota Coast. That award was contingent on TPL entering into a signed purchase agreement by June of 2017. To date, TPL and the landowner, Gaviota Terminal Company, have not entered into a signed agreement. TPL states that it and GTC are in agreement with all the major acquisition terms. However, GTC has decided to hold off on executing TPL's purchase agreement until after the first phase of remediation of the property begins. GTC Demolition and Reclamation Plan was approved by the zoning administrator in October of 2016, and GTC is hoping to begin implementation of that plan this summer. We recommend extending the award until 2019 because the next CREF cycle would occur in 2019 if the board directs staff to solicit proposals every other year, as we recommend in Recommendation B. As noted last year, the acquisition strongly meets the CREF criteria, and staff believes this acquisition is an excellent fit for CREF funding. This concludes staff's presentation. Staff's recommendations for your board today are listed on this slide. And again, these include amend the CREF guidelines, approve staff's recommendations for the 2017 CREF awards, and direct staff to prepare the necessary contractual agreements, extend TPL's 2016 CREF award until 2019, and determine the actions are exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. Most of the CREF applicants are here today to present their proposals to you, each within 3 minutes. There are some applicants who are not presenting, but they are in the audience if you have any questions on their proposal. And staff, we are here available for any questions. Thank you.
Do you have a list of all the project applicants that you could project?
We could copy this off.
If not, we can make notes. I see here.
Chair Hartman and supervisors, I have a table here with all the names on it that we could copy off for you.
We've just been given one, so we can take our notes up here.
Okay,
I think
great.
that would be fine. Thank you. So are there any other questions of staff from the board? Checking in, Supervisor Adam?
Nope.
All right. Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to go back to the $1 million Point Arguello piece. So when did we discover this? So we've just figured this out, or has this been something we've known for a while and we just now are getting around to rectifying it? Oh.
Ms. Black.
Madam Chair and Supervisor Lavanino. No, we've known
and the Board of Supervisors in its various forms since the 80s has known. But it's something that we feel we should remedy now as the amount of CREF is going down that we're collecting.
All right.
Seeing no more lights, let's open it for public comment.
We're going to be doing them.
Supervisor Williams, while we're getting this together, did you have something you wanted to add?
So in reading the staff report about that issue and the Hollister Ranch, does that mean you are suggesting to starting to set aside funds now, and how much are you recommending to set aside?
Madam Chair and Supervisor Williams, we're recommending that we set aside the Point Arguello contribution, the $125,000, until we reach that $1 million.
Okay.
And so that's our general proposal. And we'll be monitoring the Hollister Ranch situation and the litigation that's going on to see if we need to accelerate that, but I think we'll be in good shape.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Allen?
Ms. Pfeiffer is going to read the names of the
okay,
applicants,
sorry,
and then
thank
we
you.
have one request for public comment at the conclusion of that.
We thought we might go just by how the proposal numbers are going, so we'll start with proposal number 1, Dr. Sam Dover.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to introduce ourselves to you. We're the Channel Islands Marine and Wildlife Institute, and we rescue marine mammals in Santa Barbara County. And we just have a visual presentation that you can watch, and it seems to be going rather rapidly. So I'll just sit down and get out of the way.
Madam Chair, I never thought there would be a presentation that would try to tug at our heartstrings more than the kids that dressed up as fish and octopus. Hard to beat a baby sea lion. You know, I feel sorry for anybody that's coming after this.
So I can see I'm out of time, but I'm available for any questions you might have.
I did have one, Madam Chair. So you showed a picture of that building. I always wondered what it was. So it's like in the Gaviota School. So are you based out of there? Or are you using
Exactly, yeah. That's the historic Vista Del Mar School in Gaviota. It's been there since 1928. We obtained the lease from the Hollister families. They owned a portion of the building in 2004. We opened in 2006, and in 2011, the Hollister family donated their portion to our nonprofit.
Okay, so you actually do the rehab and all that stuff.
That's our base of operations.
Oh,
We have indoor and outdoor facilities there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, our next speaker is Kira Redman.
Good afternoon, Chair, Supervisors. I'm Kira Redman from Santa Barbara Channelkeeper. Channelkeeper submitted a proposal for $15,000 in CREF funds to support a project which aims to help ensure that important lessons learned from the Refugio oil spill are adequately addressed so that we are all better prepared and can respond more effectively to future spills in Santa Barbara County. The work outlined in our proposal draws directly from recommendations outlined in the after-action reports issued by county, state, and federal spill response agencies in the aftermath of this spill, including the need for better transparency, information sharing, and engagement with NGOs and the public, improved volunteer training and management, baseline data on oiling from natural seeps in the region, capacity building for NGOs in oil spill preparedness and response planning, and greater awareness and utilization of local knowledge, expertise, and assets in spill response. In the wake of the Refugio spill, it became clear that the public and local environmental organizations need to be better informed and empowered to contribute to spill response and to efforts to prevent spills in the first place. We firmly believe that spill prevention and response will be strengthened by greater involvement by informed and trained NGOs, better accountability and transparency by spill response agencies, and a more informed and engaged public. Our hope is that the increased capacity, engagement, and information and accountability that our project delivers will ultimately result in a cleaner environment by lessening the likelihood and impacts of future oil spills in Santa Barbara County. Under our project, Channelkeeper aims to obtain specialized training for our staff so we have the knowledge, skills, and necessary certifications to serve as an affiliated volunteer in the response to future spills, to participate in all meetings of the LA Long Beach Area Committee for Oil Spill Contingency Planning, to ensure that lessons learned from the Refugio spill are incorporated into oil spill response plans for our region, to weigh in on the NERDA process to ensure adequate and appropriate funding for restoration to mitigate the damage caused by the spill, to implement a bi-monthly tarball monitoring program to gather useful baseline data about what constitutes normal tarball coverage from seeps on 16 local beaches, which will aid in the future spill identification and response, and to develop 2 spill preparedness and response resource guides, one internal guide for Channelkeeper and another for the community, which could be used as replicable templates that could help other NGOs and communities be better prepared for spills. The outcomes we hope to achieve are to ensure that spill response agencies, Channelkeeper as an organization, and Santa Barbara County as a community are better prepared and can respond more effectively in order to minimize the environmental and economic damage caused by spills that might occur in the future, and to establish Channelkeeper as a go-to organization that the community and spill response agencies can turn to for information, expertise, and assets to support effective response to future spills in our area. We possess a special set of skills and resources that make us uniquely equipped to contribute in a meaningful way to spill response. Our work under this project is already underway since we were able to secure some partial funding for the project.
And that
However,
is your time.
We will require additional funds to complete the project and would greatly appreciate your support to carry on this important work. Thank you.
I have a question, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Supervisor Wolf.
Ms. Redmond, I noted from the staff report that one of the reasons that they denied the request was because some of the budget costs were ongoing operational costs or staffing costs. And then I looked at your budget or request of $40,000. And then you just mentioned that you've received some other funding for this program. If I was to add up some of the supplies and the monitoring and safety equipment, it's about $9,000. Could you carry on this project with a smaller, if, let's just say, there was an allocation of $9,000 or $10,000 to Channelkeeper, would that get you to the point where you can perform this service?
I think it could, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, our next speaker is Fred Shaw, proposal number 3.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm Fred Shaw. I'm the mayor for the city of Carpinteria, the applicant for this CREF grant. And with me is Chet Works, the executive director of the Land Trust for Santa Barbara County, who is the co-applicant. We appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today. First, I want to commend the staff for a very thorough report. It goes without saying that the city and the Land Trust support the staff recommendation to fully fund our request for CREF funds. These funds will be used to acquire 21-acre coastal Carpinteria Bluffs 3 property just up the coast from Carpinteria or from Rincon County Beach Park. As a coastal acquisition, this project qualifies as a high priority for CREF funding. The project's location within the coastal zone on the Carpinteria coast makes it ideal for vertical and horizontal public access, providing a strong relationship to the coast. The property will ultimately host a part of the California Coastal Trail, allowing it to be linked to several other protected coastal properties in the area, including the county park to the south and the Carpinteria Nature Preserve to the north. Protecting the property's existing natural resources and providing opportunities for restoration will enhance coastal environmentally sensitive resources, and at the same time, the property will provide for passive recreational use. Finally, acquiring the property will also preserve views of the Santa Barbara Channel and Islands and the Santa Ynez Mountains. And at this point, I'll turn it over to Chet.
Thank you, Mayor Shaw. Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for having us here today. We certainly appreciate the opportunity to request funding from you. Perhaps we could advance the slides. You can see an oblique view from Rincon Point looking across the property, and again, an advance. There's 2 images here of recreation already occurring on the property. One more advance. I wanted to bring to your attention that this is an excellent example of public and private partnership between a nonprofit organization, state and local agencies, and the community, who, if the project is completed, will have contributed more than 84% of the funding needed to complete the acquisition. The Land Trust is pleased to report that if the grant is approved today, we will for sure retain our goal of $6 million in a few weeks. And for those of you who didn't see our newsletter, we had sort of a banner of the nearly 1,400 citizens in the county that have contributed already, more than $5 million in private funding, and $800,000 thus far in public funding for this acquisition. We thank you for your consideration.
Any questions? Who took that photograph?
Cameras are interesting these days. That's Bruce Reitherman, Conservation Director for the Land Trust, took that photo.
Great painting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. My understanding for proposal number 4 is that we have somebody in the audience here for questions, but no presentation. Proposal number 5, I don't believe anybody's here.
Did you?
Okay. And then our next speaker is Amanda Allen, proposal number 6.
Madam Chair and Supervisors, good morning and thank you. My name is Amanda Allen. I'm the director of the Santa Barbara Museum of Natural History Sea Center on Stearns Wharf, presenting our marine-themed interpretive sign project. Next slide, please. There are 7 signs on Stearns Wharf that are in dire need of replacement. The original signs, they talk about coastal ecosystems, marine life, as well as our beautiful Channel Islands that can be seen in the distance off the edge of the Stearns Wharf. These original signs were implemented through CREF funds over 28 years ago. Next slide, please. And as you can see, over time, they have become very much corroded, stained, and faded, as well as are in need of some improvement in terms of keeping up to date with current scientific information, as well as the new graphics that are available that are much more modern and pleasant looking. Next slide, please. Unfortunately, in recent years, it's been really hard to ignore this degradation, as well as the fact that they've become marred by graffiti and cigarette burns. Over 1 million people a year stroll Stearns Wharf and have the opportunity to see these signs. And I really feel it's a poor representation of the Santa Barbara region, and would hate for people to remember us this way. Next slide, please. The proposal also included an additional sign to be added on Stearns Wharf next to the Sea Center facility, as well as 2 signs inside the Sea Center and some supplies. Next slide, please. Our proposal was not recommended by staff for funding, and if the board moves to an every other year cycle for funding, it would mean that another 2.5 million people or so could potentially be exposed to these signs before we could apply again for funding. Next slide, please. So I would like to propose for your consideration that we do try to scale the project down to be less expensive and really focus on the most critical elements of the project. And I believe those are the 7 signs on Stearns Wharf exterior. So if we were to eliminate the proposed sign, sign number 8, as well as anything inside the Sea Center, signs or supplies, then I can reduce the budget by 40%. Making our total requested CREF funding be $26,000. And I would love to answer any questions if you have them.
Supervisor Adam, you'll chime in when you have questions, I'm sure.
Yeah, thank you for checking in. I'm still holding up here.
No questions yet. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Okay, next speaker we have Greg Gorga, proposal number 7.
Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for this opportunity. With me is Don Barthelmess. Where did he go? Oh, right here. He's our vice president of our board. In April of this year, we opened up the phase 1 of our Oil in the Channel exhibit. It featured the geology of oil, talking about how oil was formed in our channel, the stratosphere underneath our channel, the natural seeps, and also we opened the Chumash use of asphaltum. We've always had the tamal, but this exhibit talks about all the different uses that the Chumash made of asphaltum that was naturally bubbling up for thousands of years. It includes a lot of hands-on artifacts that kids can touch and feel, like shark skin that they use to sandpaper the planks down of the canoe, the tamal, and then the ads they use to shape the wood. Very colorful, obviously, very up-to-date exhibit. Now, and then obviously we honored those who supported it. Now we're looking to go to phase 2 of this. It will talk about the end of whaling and use of whale oil, the industry of oil in Santa Barbara, which was a very big industry, the many different uses of oil that comes out of our channel, life out on the rigs, and of course, the 69 oil spill and the dangers of oil spills and its effect on our environment. I want to also read for you, Linda Sterling is a teacher at the Peabody Charter School and one of our board members. And she wants to share with you that as a longtime educator in Santa Barbara, I have never seen any curriculum or history of either the historical or geological uses of oil or asphaltum in California. If it were not for the recent publication of curriculum for the 3rd and 5th grades by the Maritime Museum, such curriculum would not exist. And we did do state standards curriculum for both of those exhibits, for the Chumash use of asphaltum for 3rd graders, and the geology of oil, 5th graders studied geology at that point. She also goes on to say that the museum's recent exhibition on the subject is a good conversation opener to use as a stepping stone in the classroom to begin conversations on a much broader topic. To continue with the 2nd phase of the oil exhibit and the Santa Barbara Channel will allow for greater depth of understanding and more outreach into the community, and specifically the classroom where so much information is so lacking. And our hope is, with the different topics that we'll cover in phase 2 of this exhibit, that we will develop curriculum as well for those exhibits as well. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Proposal number 8, I believe somebody's in the audience if there are any questions for that, but there will be no presentation, my understanding. Proposal number 9, we have Marion Whitman.
Thank you, Chair Hartman, and members of the board for hearing us today. My name is Dr. Marion Whitman. I'm the Executive Director of the UCSB Natural Reserve System. I'm here with my colleague, Director Katja Seltman of the UCSB Cheadle Center for Biodiversity and Ecological Restoration, and we thank you for your consideration of our proposal today. In summary, we request $23,753 to curate, transport, digitize, and disseminate the information concerning a natural history collection of the Santa Cruz Island, which is currently housed at the Santa Cruz Island Reserve. This project satisfies 5 of 8 CREF criteria and would take place in the 2nd and 3rd districts of Santa Barbara County, but would service a much wider audience as well. The project has 4 stages, which would conclude in summer 2018. A little bit of background. Santa Cruz Island and the Channel Islands are home to over 2,000 plant and animal species, of which 145 are found nowhere else in the world. Not only do the natural history collections allow historical insight into the ecology of the region, but also the interaction between the ecology and the human history of the region for groups such as the Chumash and others that have used Santa Cruz Island. Santa Cruz Island has always been affected by the oil and gas development in the region, and you can see here from visual impacts to the viewscape, this is us looking at Santa Cruz Island from the mainland, to direct impacts from oil releases. This is a picture of a loon, an oiled loon on Christie Beach that was taken in 2016. Currently, there are 6 collections at the Santa Cruz Island Reserve, and these include plants and animals. They're in need of permanent physical preservation and digital storage to ensure that future generations can utilize them and learn from them. And why are these important? Well, these collections began at Santa Cruz Island in the 1960s. They provide a long-term record of the environment in the region for a unique and very Californian set of collections. Many observations during oil spills, for example, occur very directly to larger flora or fauna, but sometimes the effects of a spill and other aspects of oil development occur on longer timescales, and it will be from historical records, such as natural history collection, specimen data, that we will be able to construct a picture of what organisms were present before these events and how they might have changed during these events. So right here at UCSB, the Cheadle Center is a world-renowned center that specializes in the preservation and management of natural history collections. Here are some photos of the specimen imaging facilities, and there's a commitment to forever store and preserve these. A number of populations will benefit from this project, including the university and college-level students that are participating, K through 12 students and teachers that will receive the information granted from this, and visitors and tourists to Santa Barbara County. Thank you, and if there's any questions, we're happy to answer.
Okay, thank you. Proposal number 10 is the Matilda Drive parcel acquisition, and the city of Goleta does have a PowerPoint. Nobody is here, I understand, to be presenting it. There was illness, and then they also are having their council meeting, so I think we'll just pass on that one unless you want to see the PowerPoint. No. Okay, so we'll move on to Barone Ranch, proposal number 11 with Mark Wilkinson.
Good morning, Chair Hartman and supervisors. My name is Mark Wilkinson. I'm the Executive Director for the Santa Barbara County Trails Council. The Trails Council has been building and maintaining trails in Santa Barbara County since its founding in 1967. This year we are celebrating our organization's 50th anniversary. We have been working with County Public Works and County Parks to improve the recreation experience at the Barone Ranch Trail since it was established on the Gaviota Coast 7 years ago. We are now seeking a CREF grant to help fund the Barone Ranch Trail Realignment Project. The requested funds will be used to fund a portion of a 65-foot-long bridge across Arroyo Camado Creek. The project would directly benefit walkers, hikers, trail runners,
mountain bikers, bird watchers, equestrians, and others who enjoy nature-based recreation by allowing access to the western side of the ranch and away from the area designated for agriculture. In addition to the bridge, the project features a new entry area to the ranch with a turnaround for school buses for field trips, equestrians with trailers, and other visitors. Existing gates and fences would be repaired or replaced, and former ranch roads would be converted to trails, and interpretive panels would be added covering 5 topics: endangered plants and animals at Barone Ranch, ranching and agricultural history along the Gaviota Coast, Chumash history along the Gaviota Coast, Barone Ranch and Rancho Nuestra Senora del Refugio history, and last, Vaquero equestrian history in Santa Barbara County. Over the last 2 years, we have assisted county agencies with a range of services, including project planning, budgeting, and fundraising. So far, we have raised over $135,000 from individual donors and the UCSB Coastal Fund. We have a pledge of $10,000 from the Sierra Club Santa Barbara Group. We are also continuing to pursue a goal of raising $465,000 for the project with an ongoing campaign that includes a fundraiser event being held tomorrow night at the Impact Hub in the Funk Zone. The event features the winners of our recently completed photography contest that captures the essence of the Gaviota Coast. To sum up, project benefits include enhanced trail user experience, helping to keep users on trails, minimize impacts to the adjacent habitats, safe access to the western side of the ranch, moving trail users away from future agricultural operations, improved safety and ease of use for vehicles with trailers and school buses, and a new trail system that provides scenic ocean and canyon vistas for all users every day of the week. Currently, it's only open 3 days a week. So I thank you for considering our funding requests, and I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Well done on getting all those donations.
Thank you.
Next, we have Mauricio Gomez speaking for both proposals 12 and 14.
Good morning, Chair Hartman, members of the Board of Supervisors. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you 2 proposals which we've submitted. Yes. Will I be allowed a little more than 3 minutes for both of them?
Yeah, you can have 6 minutes, 2 proposals.
Cool. Thank you very much. So the first proposal of the 2 is the Davy Brown and Munch Creek Fish Passage Restoration Project, and the second one will be the Gaviota Creek Fish Passage Engineering Project. Going with the first one, it's located in the 5th Supervisorial District. The watershed has been rated as a Core 1 watershed by NOAA Fisheries in the Federal Steelhead Recovery Plan, which was released in 2012. That's been a guiding document that's been used by a lot of members of the nonprofit community as well as state and federal agencies to try and recover the federally endangered steelhead trout. It's a partnership comprised of the Los Padres National Forest, the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and NOAA Fisheries. And as a visual reference, I'm showing this map with these 2 little pinpoints showing the location of the 3 barriers, and then I'm also showing the perimeter of the Zaka fire. This is an important thing to highlight as part of this project as a result of the fact that these projects are located just outside of the fire scar area, and as a result of that, the habitat that's made available by removing of these barriers is extremely important, such that the habitat up in these areas has been affected by the fire and sedimentation coming down the watershed, decreasing spawning grounds in these upper areas of the watershed. So as fish are migrating up the watershed, they will be looking to this area for some suitable habitat. The project has modified slightly from the original proposal that was presented to you, and I'm happy to say that as a result of the recommendations that have been presented by the staff for awarding this project, I've presented that information back to the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation, and they've agreed to then fund the project to take it to 100% design, which will then allow us to have the project completed for its design work by February of 2018, and our goal is to then go for construction of these removal of these barriers and have that completed by the summer of 2018 as well. So we're very excited that with the addition of the CREF funds and the NIFWIF funds that have been recommended for funding, that if everything goes well, knock on wood, we'll be able to go to construction and have these barriers removed in a relatively short time frame by next year. The removal of these barriers will then allow for about a little over 3 miles of habitat to be opened up in this area of the watershed. Some photographs of the sites. This is the Munch Creek Barrier. This is located right at the Davy Brown Campground. If you guys know the area, you drive on a road called Sunset Valley Road. This is Sunset Valley Road as you're traveling from the Davy Brown Campground area down to the Naira Campground area. And this is one of the crossings looking up the creek. And the next photograph is the lowermost barrier closer to the Naira Campground. And again, this one and the one before would be removed.
Would you hold 1 second? Supervisor Lavanino has a question.
We can stop this clock too. But so what is the proposal then? I mean, to do what with the barrier, and how would you? By looking at the picture, it helps me a little bit more than the presentation.
Thank you for the question, Supervisor Lavanino. So if I go back to the Munch Creek site, the proposal at this site is to remove all of this concrete, from the stream channel and naturalize the stream bed and make it a natural stream channel so that fish, as they're migrating and swimming up the creek, will be able to reach habitat up the canyon.
But isn't that concrete? Is that a road or not a road? Or
it's an old road that's no longer used and hasn't been used in decades by the Forest Service. The next one is the main road that is being used, and this road is then being proposed to be removed, and a clear span bridge will be installed, and that's what the proposal is here, to develop the engineering designs in order for us to then figure out what the characteristics of this bridge need to be, the height, the span, etc., in order to allow all the visitors to still use this heavily used campground, but then allow for the fish to migrate up and down the canyon. And the same goes for this lower area. This is the only access road that's used by the public to get to these sites, and it's what's blocking migration to the trout in this area. And then again, the partnership highlighting the partnership with the nonprofit organizations as well as the state and federal government. I'm happy to take any questions on that, or if I should continue on to the Gaviota Creek project.
I don't see any lights, so go on to the next one.
Great, thank you, Chair. The second proposal is the Gaviota Creek Fish Passage Engineering Project, and it's located within the 3rd Supervisorial District. This watershed has been rated as a Core 2 watershed by the NOAA Fisheries Steelhead Recovery Plan. It's a partnership, again, with multi-agencies and partners and community members, including the Caltrans, California State Parks, Coastal Ranches Conservancy, the Santa Barbara Foundation, the Bauer Foundation, and Patagonia.
And may I interrupt here? When you say partnerships, what level of commitment or what does that mean?
Thank you for the question, Chair. The partnership in this case with Caltrans and California State Parks has allowed us to receive letters of support from each of those agencies that show that they are supportive of the removal of the barriers that are in this creek, which I will show pictures of in a minute. They understand the complexity associated with the removing or modifying of these structures, associated with the fact that they are adjacent to the 101 freeway, and they are willing to stand with us and work with us in order to figure out an engineering solution that will allow for fish passage to occur through this area, as well as still provide the structural integrity of the highway.
So you've got Caltrans on board.
We've got Caltrans on board.
That's a big deal.
And I think we're in the driver's seat, but we'll see how that plays itself out in the future. Maybe the carpool lane. Watershed map here, Highway 101 going up this way. This is a beautiful part of the county. I just saw in the Independent last night when I was reading that this has just been added to the scenic corridor of the Gaviota Coast, which I was very impressed to see that. And the project, the barriers that we're going to be addressing are located within this rectangle, and it's to develop conceptual designs at this stage for this project as opposed to the 100% designs for the other projects. Again, it's a little bit more of a complicated project as a result of the highway being there, and so we want to move forward very carefully and make sure we have the support from all the different partners in the project. Gaviota Creek over the years has been a focus of many studies and plans, and our effort is to build off of some of this work that our community partners and state and federal agencies have been interested in doing, and really trying to get some of those plans off the shelf, so to speak, and get some work done. And so we're excited that this will allow us to do this project if we receive funding for this project. A couple photographs. This is looking up the canyon at one of the barriers to migration. The next photograph shows it from the side. We would propose to either modify these structures or remove them in their entirety in order to allow for fish passage to occur. And again, the partnership, the partners that I mentioned earlier. And I will end the presentation with a photograph of a adult steelhead female trout that was seen in the Maria Ignacio Creek watershed earlier this year. She was about a 24 to 26 inch female. And if you look closely, there's a little male next to her that ended up getting lucky, and they tried spawning. Well, pardon me. Let me rephrase that. There was there happened to be a pool that they both ended up cohabitating, and they were lucky to find each other. And maybe I'll leave it at that.
That's a good place to stop.
Happy to answer any questions.
I don't see any questions, lights up here. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last presenter is Chris Slaughter for proposal number 13.
Madam Chair and members of the Board of Supervisors, thank you for having me here today. I also want to thank Kathy Pfeiffer and the County of Santa Barbara Planning and Development Department for their considerable time and experience and expertise on evaluating a grant proposal. We're honored to be here. Now celebrating our 21st year as the only children's museum in Santa Barbara County, the Santa Maria Valley Discovery Museum now welcomes over 31,000 people through our doors every year. These doors right here. Our most served age group is 2 to 12, with a growing age demographic thanks to 5 new exhibits last year and our 13,000 square foot facility. Although the Discovery Museum does not receive any operational funding from the city, county, state, or federal government, the exhibit and programming support we receive through CREF, last year's APCD education funding, and other critical funders and foundations make it possible for us to serve our growing community with a level of educational excellence that is preparing our children for a 21st century world. With these improvements, we are increasing our earned income, and we are growing our operating budget from $330,000 to $375,000 for the next fiscal year. This remains a very frugal and underfunded facility budget with a gap that remains of $10,000 to $15,000 a month between our admissions.
Thank you. So, bringing it back to the board, are there any comments or questions? Oh, I'm sorry, we did have a general public comment.
Chair Hartman, members of the board, we're going to hear from Arturo Teo.
Good afternoon. My name is Arturo Teo, and I'm here just to jumping ahead of time and saying thank you for supporting the CREF funding for the Carpinteria Bluffs 3. I feel sorry for Supervisor Adam that's alone there in Santa Maria, but not so sorry because he's in good company. He's next to a masterpiece from my friend Ray Strong, that mural of the Black Mountain is called Indian Summer. I was in the Arts Commission under Supervisor Schwartz, and I helped to get that commission, which at the time was $8,000 investment, and now it's worth over $100,000, I'm sure. Anyway, your investment in the Carpinteria Bluffs today is one of the most wonderful things you can do for generations to come. Really, it's not just about the people there in Carpinteria. There's thousands and thousands of people who visit Carpinteria through our state park. I mean, millions come there and will have access to this trails and beautiful vistas. And, you know, as a person who uses that a lot, I just wanted to come and thank you. And there would be other animals that would come and speak on this great opportunity. And thank you, too. There's a lot of wildlife. There's birds. There's shrimp. There's a lot of anyway, earlier today I was seeing Joni Mitchell, and she was saying, "We're stardust, we're golden. We got to get ourselves back to the garden." You know, what you're doing in supporting this type of acquisition is fabulous, and I would just want to thank you. Very grateful. Thank you. That's all the time.
Thank you for taking time to come and say that. So does that close our public comment, Mr. Allen?
That concludes public comment.
I had a question before we went to the supervisors. I'm looking for a list of the criteria for CREF grant. It said it would be on page 3 of our staff report, but I see them in each project, but I just wanted to have them front and center, and also to ask if there were any priorities among them.
Chair Hartman, members of the board, you're asking if there are priorities among the 8 criteria?
Well, I'm asking first for a list of the criteria, and where is that in our package?
So it's on page 3 of attachment B, 2017 CREF staff report. And it's at the, it says evaluation process, and it looks like it's at the 3rd paragraph out under evaluation process. Do you see that?
Chair Hartman?
Yes.
We would advise the board on this issue before, and the genesis of these funds comes from 4 oil and gas projects that have a permit condition requiring contributions to CREF. And our advice in the past is that the mitigation has to be designed for the enhancement of coastal recreation, aesthetics, tourism, and or environmental sensitive resources. And also you should have some sort of nexus between the impacts of these projects and the mitigation required, or where the money is spent to get the mitigation. But beyond that, our advice to the board is that you have a broad discretion on how you determine which projects are best projects in any given cycle.
Thank you. That helps. That kind of frames the discussion. Supervisor Wolf and then Supervisor Williams. And Supervisor Adam, you just chime in, okay?
I'm paying attention.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Every year we go through this, or whenever we go through it, which I think is every year, it's difficult, except I think there were a couple years when we used the CREF funds to go just toward county programs. And then what makes this year even more difficult is we don't have a lot of money, but you know, in some ways that's like the tobacco tax. When the money goes down, that means probably less people are smoking. And when you have less CREF funds, there's a nexus between oil production. But anyway, I think that our staff has done a good job in pulling together recommendations. I've looked at the criteria, and I think it is interesting, and I am glad that you said, Mr. Dillon, that we have some degree, or a lot of discretion actually, because there were some items that staff recommended that met 5 out of the 8 criteria, and there were others that received up to 6.5 points out of the 8 criteria, and then there were others who received greater points but weren't allocated funds. So I think that is one piece of what we look at. And for me, I also look at, you know, the historical piece, how much money has been given to different organizations over time. So, you know, this almost feels like the budget hearing, because there's never when I see a chart like that, I kind of have like a, this negative reaction because I hate that allocation piece, but it is our responsibility to do, and when we did it during budget, it worked out fine. It's just a hard exercise to go through. I think that, we have 2 items in here, number 4, and which is the Santa Claus Lane street engineering and the Arroyo Burro sewer lift station. Those are both county projects, and for whatever reason, the Santa Claus Lane street engineering received $25,000. The Arroyo Burro did not receive anything, and I would make the case that the Santa Claus Lane street engineering not receive funding this year. If you look in the board item, they have received CREF funds before, and CIAP funds and general funds. So at a time when I feel that I could legitimately reallocate those funds, that's what I would like to suggest. So let me just first start off, well, not start off because I've been blabbing, right? I just want to say on the acquisition pieces, I absolutely agree with those. That's the Carpinteria Bluffs and the Matilda Drive acquisition. I also agree with number 1, the marine mammal public awareness, and the Barone Ranch trail realignment, the number 13, the marine themed, that's the Santa Maria Discovery Museum, and the Davy Brown Creek Fish Passage. And let me just say, just as an aside on the Santa Maria Discovery Museum, I want to thank, there you are. I want to thank you for sticking with what you do and coming back to this board. And I have to really apologize because when I first got on this board, I remember Supervisor Centeno and I had a back and forth about allocating money to the museum because I felt at the time that everything should be absolutely related to the coast. And I thought, Santa Maria is not on the coast. Why should they get any money? Obviously, I've changed my mind because I would actually even think of giving you guys more money because you've done such a good job in the importance of educating kids who don't get or may not have that access to the beach and our ocean environment. I think you have done an incredible job. So I just want to say thank you for what you're doing, and I fully support that allocation. And this is one of the hard parts because aside from the $25,000 that I think we should take out of the Santa Claus Lane street engineering, I also feel that number 7, the history of oil exhibit, that should also be removed from the list. And I know that the Maritime Museum is probably not happy with me right now, but I just want you know that I have supported the last 2, if not 3 projects that have gone to the Maritime Museum, and my statement is in no way to undercut the incredible work that you do. The museum is fantastic, and the letter that was read by the teacher, I think, summarizes so well what you're doing. But what I would like to do, and where I think that we should spend and allocate money, is to $26,000 to the Santa Barbara Natural History Museum, because they have not received CREF funding since the 90s, as was stated. And they've lowered their allocation from the 43 to the 26. So it's kind of like taking from Peter to pay Paul. I mean, it's just, or splitting the baby. It's like nothing is good, but I do think that
Peter objects.
Peter objects. Okay, thank you, Peter.
Just to pay Paul.
You'll be next.
Okay.
He doesn't want you to rob him to pay Paul's
Oh.
Actually, when it gets over, I'll second the motion.
Really? Do you want me to make the motion, Peter? Okay, and then, so then I thought that, given what we heard from Channel Keeper, that $10,000 of my remaining 30, because I have $36,000, 26 going to the Santa Barbara Natural History Museum and $10,000 going to Channel Keeper for their, and it doesn't include costs for staff. It's programmatic and more capital. So there's my changes, basically. So if I could just recap, it's taking money from number 4 and number 7 and allocating $10,000 to number 2 and $26,000 to number 6. What?
Take the rest in a gift certificate. I think 25 and 15 is what, 40, and I think you only allocated 36.
Oh yeah, there's 4,000 left because I was actually thinking of the. Well, I'll let you guys spend that.
Wow!
Aren't I generous? $4,000.
You never get to do that.
I was thinking of the UCSB, whatever, but I took care of those two that I think are really important. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Pfeiffer, are you able to track this? We had it on the screen when we did the budget, and so I think we'll deliberate
Chair
and then
Hartman.
we'll come back and try to persuade each other a bit, but yes.
We can do it two ways, Chair Hartman and members of the board. I can play around with the Excel sheet while you're doing it, or we can just kind of take notes and see how you guys all agree on it.
Let's. I think these are deliberations, and to some extent, we like to think we're open-minded and can persuade each other. So, so let's go through and have each person say what they think. And I think I'll go next. And this is my first time through these deliberations on the CREF grant, and all the projects tug at my heart. They're all very thoughtful and much create a tremendous public benefit. When I think about these, however, I bring criteria. First of all, the acquisitions. Those are usually, a major opportunity, and you jump on them. So I do support the acquisitions that you've proposed. Next is, for me, on the ground, restoration is extremely important, and it provides ongoing benefits if it's done now. Then access is very important, and then for me, education and interpretation is unfortunately not as high as acquisition and restoration. I think if we can use these funds to mitigate on the ground, that is more in keeping with the intent. So for me, one project that stands out that wasn't funded is the Gaviota Creek Fish Passage project. I have a long personal history in wetlands, rivers restoration from San Diego up to Santa Barbara. I remember back to the Conception Coast project, which was about 20-some years ago, which identified all the barriers to steelhead passage throughout the coastal streams in Santa Barbara County. It was held up as a model project, take 50, 100 years to implement, but that's really been the template that has guided the efforts. And what you find out is, you'd like to take out a project lower on the stream and then up, but you don't always have those opportunities. And so to some extent you have priorities, but then you also have to be opportunistic and take barriers out where you can. In this particular case, I think it's a tremendous project, and anybody who has Caltrans support to do something on the 101 is, to me, we really need to recognize the significance of that. And I'd just like to remind people about the steelhead. I know there's a lot of discussion about it, and I'll probably be in Andy Caldwell's column tomorrow, but the steelhead migrate several thousand miles up to the Bering Strait. They come from headwaters down through the coastal streams and then out. They get big, wait for 3 years, and then we don't really know how they get back, whether it's navigation with the stars, whether it's smell, but they come back and they bring the resources from the ocean. They used to come in such numbers that was completing the cycle, bringing those resources back up to the headwaters. So they're amazing creatures, and they are endangered, and this project has an opportunity to help restore habitat for an endangered species that to me is a magical species. The southern steelhead in particular they don't go every year. They've adapted to the drought conditions of Southern California. So they can wait upstream and they can wait downstream until the conditions are right. So they're highly adaptable. They're amazing species. They're endangered, and to me this project should absolutely be funded. And if it had to take funds from some of the interpretive, those are my priorities. Supervisor Williams.
Question first to staff. The amount that we set aside for the Point Arguello anticipated settlement, that is entirely discretionary on our part, because we're just expecting that the Coastal Conservancy is at some point going to ask us for money.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Williams, yes, that's accurate. We're projecting anywhere from 125,000 to, I think we said 250,000, just according to how aggressively we want to set that aside. And the aggression of the set-aside, so to speak, is what we'll gauge based on what we're hearing back on the progress of the court case. So the longer that takes, the more we'll have in the pot and the less we'll need to set aside over time.
From his look, I think that County Council wants to
Mr. Gazzoni.
tell me something.
Chair and Supervisors, our recommendation, we worked with Planning and Development on this recommendation of the set-aside and think that that would be appropriate to keep the set-aside given the condition on the operating permit. So our recommendation would be to actually observe that set-aside.
To do a set-aside, but
yes,
the amount of the set-aside is discretionary.
Yes.
That's right.
Essentially, if you don't set aside $1 million now, you will be in a future year having to do so. The permit condition itself states $1 million. That's why the staff recommendation is set up that way.
CEO Miyasato.
Supervisors, we have the auditor here too as well, because they had been involved in discussions about this. So should you have any questions about that, they're here as well.
Would you like?
Well, I'm just suggesting that we do continue with the set-aside, but that there's nothing gospel about the amount of the set-aside in this year. This is a land use battle that's been going on since 1985, and the earliest possible resolution, according to the staff report, is 2021, right? And so I just, though I think it's important to set aside some so that we eventually hit this permit condition, I also weigh that against the idea of squirreling away this money that's meant for coastal mitigation as opposed to using it for coastal mitigation on important priorities right now. So I guess I would just advocate for a smaller set-aside for this year so that we don't have to, because I do agree with Joan's hierarchy that restoration is that acquisition and restoration is of primary importance, but I also think that it would be valuable to fund some of these educational priorities as well, even if it is at a lower level. I also want to react to the proposal of taking out the Santa Claus Lane streetscape. The reason why that has been funded in the past is this is like hits all, so many of the criteria there. This is a coastal access that is used probably more than any other local informal coastal access in that part of the coast, and it's a very dangerous one because it's people using multiple access points to go over a railroad crossing, and I just think that to defund that completely instead of give them the symbolic amount to keep this work going would not be responsible. So what I suggest is that we go forward with the staff recommendation on funding priorities, but add to that $40,000 from the set aside to fund the Gaviota Creek project, the marine signage, and channel keeper lessons of the oil spill in some ratio, meaning we could give $20,000 to the Gaviota Creek and the balance split between those other programs.
Ms. Black, did you have something you wanted to add?
Madam Chair, I just wanted to comment on our rationale for the set-aside, and we did work pretty diligently on this with both County Council and with the Auditor's Office, and the concern is that we have the $1 million when the Coastal Commission or the Coastal Conservancy requests it, and so I'm a bit concerned about starting year one setting aside less than the $125,000, because I think we'll know more as time goes on when we may be able to make that adjustment later on, but I'm concerned that we be prudent about setting aside funds so that we don't find ourselves with a request for $1 million and we don't have $1 million to provide. So,
Mr. Filati.
Chair Hartman, members of the board, with Supervisor Williams' point about making or spending on current projects that you feel are more important than set aside, I'd submit that the $1 million was provided originally, and that those kinds of decisions you're talking about now have been made along the way, and that's why the set aside needs to happen now, is basically to replenish that $1 million so that it does meet the permit conditions. And I guess I would look to County Council to potentially confirm that.
Chair Hartman and Supervisors, we concur with the way the auditor summarized that this is money that you're basically building back up to an expected or potential expenditure, and it would be our recommendation to actually observe building towards the $1 million.
Supervisor Williams?
And is it the same ratio that you're proposing to fund it in every year?
Madam Chair and Supervisor Williams, it actually goes up a slight amount in subsequent years so that we can achieve in 2021 setting aside the $1 million. So it goes up about $30,000, but we will be reassessing and increasing the amount of cruft that we gather. And this is also one of the reasons that we're recommending we go on an every other year cycle, so there's a bit more money to allocate when we do allocations.
And I do agree with the every other year, but colleagues, I just think that the opportunity cost is greater of what we set aside now than what we set aside later. What we set aside now won't be spent until 2022 or longer, depending on how competent we think Hollister Ranch's attorneys are. I think they're very competent attorneys, and they're going to fight this probably for most of the rest of my lifetime, and I just think that I would rather go on a more progressive structure where we set aside more later because of the lost value is greater now, meaning the lost value of what we would set aside today would be at least 5 years. I would predict more like 15, and so argue that the difference between us setting aside some versus a little bit less is not a terrible sin, and maybe not as terrible of a sin of not funding as many of these projects.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
After Supervisor Lavanino, Supervisor Adam.
This is a permit condition, correct? I mean, we're the ones, we make the rules for everybody else, and we expect them to live by them. This was a permit condition. We need to adhere to this. That strategy sounds a lot like the old Popeye, I'll gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today. I mean, who's to say 4 or 5? And we sound like 2021 or 2022 is in the distant future. I don't even see how we're going to get to $1 million by 2021 if we had to get there. I mean, if we're only putting aside 125 this time, we're only doing this every 2 years. We've got 2 more cycles. And maybe it's 125 every year. You know, that math works out. But I hope that's not somebody calling us and telling us what we need to do here. But I don't see oil production, you know, going up and a huge influx of CREF money becoming available for us. I think it's probably going to continue to stay stagnant or slide. So we have to do the right thing. We've spent this money already on other worthy projects, and there's always a list. I'm surprised the list is this short because all of these are worthy projects. But I'm just going to go with the staff recommendation. I know why people have made other changes. I don't know if anybody can convince anybody to move any of the money around. But I know that there was a lot of time and energy put into this, and I'm okay the way it is. But I really want to, I don't know, advocate against putting off something that we've committed to already. This wasn't something we're thinking about committing to in 2021. This is something we already committed to, and we need to be where we said we'd be.
Supervisor Adam and then Wolf.
So clarification, Mr. Gazzoni.
With CREF. So having said that, it's my understanding that we collected these funds, we never set them aside, we immediately allocated them to projects.
Okay, so this is the exact same strategy that we employ with our maintenance, and we just use it on something else, and then that's how you wind up with $258 million of roads alone, and then there's a whole bunch of other stuff. You're just lucky you got a stop loss on this one of $1 million, and you're going to have to come up with it sometime or another, and if you don't do it now, or you don't put a meaningful step in now, it's just going to be more difficult as time goes on, since we know we're looking right into the jaws of more deficits in the future. So in the event that they do get that, and I agree, it's probable that they'll be fighting about this beyond the time duration we're concerned with here, but it's right around the corner, and if something did happen and there was a demand for $1 million, you would have a very difficult time coming up with it. So I suggest we do the responsible thing here and fund this thing at the level that we're asking to be funding it.
CEO Miyasato.
Supervisors, through the chair, I just conferred with planning about how much money is actually appropriated in next year's budget, and I believe they only appropriated amount for that they've been discussing today. So an additional $40,000 would have to be appropriated through a budget revision request, which takes 4 votes.
And Mr. Dillon, did you have anything else you wanted to add?
Well, Madam Chair, I've been working on CREF for a long time, and the rationale for not setting aside the money earlier was that it would just sit there for 10 or 20 years because there was no access program feasible at that time at Hollister Ranch. So it made no sense to park money in a trust account for this condition when the staff was confident they could, toward the end of the CREF life, then put money aside to meet the permit condition.
And Mr. Gazzoni.
And then what changed was circa 2013, the litigation we've been talking about with the Hollister Ranch access litigation ongoing was a change over the past 15 or so years. That's the change that the board is reacting to now.
I believe we've heard 2 people talk about this issue and express their position. Supervisor Wolf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I agree with, I don't believe that we should touch that fund. I think that would be, I don't like the word irresponsible, but I just, I think it's the prudent thing to do. I think what we should be dealing with is the allocation of money that's before us, And unfortunately, like we always do, we have to make tough decisions with the amount of money that we have, and we cannot fund everything. So I'm just going to go back to a couple of things that I heard. I heard Supervisor Williams talk about Santa Claus Lane as having a high criteria for beach access. The criteria for Santa Claus Lane is actually 5 points out of 8. And the Arroyo Burro lift station is actually 6 points out of 8. So in theory, it meets more criteria, but it's not listed. And I'm not making a push for the Arroyo Burro sewer lift station, but I certainly could, because while you talk about access, I talk about water, safety of our beaches, and this is something that I've talked to Parks about quite a bit, and I also believe that this money is in our capital improvement plan, but obviously if we could get the money out of CREF, that would be preferable. So if we're going to go with the Santa Claus Lane street engineering, then we should go with the Arroyo Burro sewer lift station. Those are two high priority county programs. Now, if you are willing, I think I heard from Supervisor Lavagnino that he would just go ahead with everything as it's laid out. I can't do that just for the reason I just expressed, and also because I really do believe that the Natural History Museum has not come to us since the 90s, and they're asking for $26,000, which could easily be given to them out of the Santa Claus Lane street engineering program. I think that's an easy movement of funds. I understand the importance of the Gaviota Creek Fish Passage. It's not a lot of money, but we are funding the Davy Brown Creek Fish Passage, and again, I think decisions have to be made. Where do we can't fund everything. So my priority is to give and provide. I don't know how many of you have been out to the wharf and have seen those interpretive signs, and they are in disrepair. And we funded them a long time ago, and it's been decades since they've been refurbished. And it's for the public good. It has a definite coastal nexus. It meets 5.5 of the 8 criteria. So I'm making my change request a little simpler than it was before, and I hope we can get support for that. It's just basically eliminating the Santa Claus Lane street engineering and moving it to the marine-themed interpretive signs for the Natural History Museum, and leaving everything else the same. And if we can't do that, I would say then let's just fund the 2 county programs that are listed, because that seems to be the most fair expenditure of money.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Adam.
May I second that motion?
Yes.
I'm not sure it's. I'm not sure I
it
clearly understand that as a motion yet, and I think
I'll make it. Let me be clear then. I'll make a motion that we approve staff's CREF recommendations, and we change, and we reallocate number 4 to number 6.
So we have a motion and a second. Supervisor Williams, you've been waiting, and then Supervisor Lavagnino.
Well, I don't support that motion, not because I don't think we should be spending some money on the marine interpretive signs. I definitely think we should. In fact, I've made a site visit of about a third to a half of these with Yaash, checking out the Davy Brown. This last weekend, I checked out the Davy Brown Fish Passage site. Way the heck up there, and all these, and I think they're very worthwhile. My principal concern, my two concerns would be obviously Santa Claus Lane, and also I think Supervisor Hartman is right that this Gaviota Creek Fish Passage is an important priority, and so I guess I would put a different proposal if people want to stick to our dollar amount, which I think is the general sentiment. Then I would propose that we take Santa Claus Lane and History of Oil, and that's $40,000, and instead of splitting it 2 ways, as the staff recommendation is, to split it 4 ways with the Gaviota Creek Passage, the marine signs, Santa Claus Lane, and the History of Oil each getting $10,000, which isn't much, but we don't have much to spend.
Can we call the question, or can we at least
Well,
vote
we're still
on-
discussing the first motion, and Supervisor Lavanino is next.
So, just so I'm clear more on the Santa Claus Lane Street engineering, because I had just, when I went through this, I just assumed I was going to go with the staff recommendation. But now it doesn't seem like there's a desire to do that, so I've got to learn more about the Santa Claus Lane Street engineering. Isn't that a multi-million-dollar project? I mean, in my mind, this has been going on since I've been on the board, and
Supervisor Lagnino, we have Matt Daubertine here to speak, but yes, it's a lot of money.
right. So, yeah, Matt, if you can just talk to that.
Good afternoon. Madam Chair, Supervisor Lavanino. Current estimated cost is $5 million to build project.
Okay, thank you. All right, so that okay. Okay, all right. But what I'm saying is $25,000 is a little different than we could probably.
Mr. Daubertine, don't leave yet. Could you explain how significant this funding is as a match to the project?
Sure. And as the staff report points out, it has been the recipient of previous CREF allocations. What we're trying to do is advance the project from 65% to final construction drawings. The estimated cost to do that is about another $200,000 to $300,000. And so if we can kind of chip away at it over the next 2 to 3 years, we would queue up the design of the project, complete that phase, and then have it be ready as a mitigation project to the Highway 101 HOV widening project that occurs immediately adjacent to Santa Claus Lane.
Okay, that changes that then. Yeah, this thing's like an onion. I never thought we'd have this much trouble getting rid of $121,000. Come on, we just did $1 billion. All right, well, keep talking.
But I do think that the point is that we've given that project so much money. I think as Supervisor Lavignino points out, we hear about Santa Claus Lane a lot, and there's a lot of allocation of funds. And this being a time when our CREF money is lower, then maybe this is also the time that we look to fund a larger, this is a very small piece of a huge project when we can be making a significant difference in really and we're just talking about CREF, and so thank you.
If I could make just one other final
Of
comment.
course.
So I think what we were trying to do is, again, in following with the sort of successful path that the Rincon Trail has taken, is where a combination of funds are used to complete the design of the project. Then the project is queued up and eligible for much larger funding pots, such as the statewide active transportation program. Rincon finished its design and was then eligible to receive $7.5 million in construction funding. And so we're sort of feeling that following that path, if we can just get the design done, then we can chase much larger dollars from outside funding sources that they can then fund the actual construction. You position yourself a lot stronger with those grant programs if you can point to a completed design. Thank you.
Madam Chair, then I would like someone from from Parks, maybe Brian can speak to the sewer lift station. If we're going to talk about incremental increases for county projects.
Thank you. Mr. Yanez?
Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, the Arroyo Lift Station has been in process for some time. We're at about 70% conceptual design of the lift station. Approximate construction costs are $220,000. The lift station serves the restrooms and the restaurant there. It has been in need of rehab. We've had some issues on some small spills there. There's no notification system, so the notification system is basically someone seeing it overflow. So it's in need of some high-tech SCADA equipment for that system that any overflow will notify staff, and we can promptly get to that lift station. So at this time, again, we are in design of that lift station, and it does serve the restrooms there. That's heavily used facility at the beach and the restaurant.
Supervisor Wolf?
Thank you, and thank you, Brian, for being here. So it seems that it's very similar in some ways in that it moves toward the design of one of our capital needs.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay.
We'd like to complete design and move forward to constructing that putting in a new lift station there.
Thank you.
Supervisor Wolf? Aye. Supervisor Williams?
Well, I do think that moving the Santa Claus Lane project forward, at least to be able to get there in time for the 101 project funding is pretty important. It's kind of like a boat, a big boat's going to come by, and if we're not there for the big boat, we're gonna lose the opportunity. So I'm not saying that I need every penny. I'm just saying that putting aside at least a little bit to it, I think is pretty imperative to just move the project forward, and it is part of, I think, something that's a big priority for this board.
I think I might have it.
Okay.
All right. So I think we all agree, from what I've been hearing, History of Oil exhibit is pretty much on the chopping block.
Yes.
So if we could agree, we would move that $15,000 into the marine-themed interpretive signs. Okay? That takes our need down to $11,000 there. How about if we take, 11 out of Santa Claus Lane, keeps you with $14,000. Interpretive signs gets done. You lose a little bit in Santa Claus. And the only thing we're missing out on then is the Gaviota Creek fish passage, unfortunately. But my fish are very important in my area. You talked about them.
Can you repeat that one more time, because it's...
So if we just took the $15,000 from the History of Oil, put that to marine-themed interpretive signs, right? And then take 11, because you said they only need 26, is that correct? Correct. Okay, so you got 15 from History of Oil, you take 11 from Santa Claus, leave Santa Claus with 14. I think we've spent more than $120,000 over the last hour of staff time that there is.
I'm fine with that.
Well, procedurally, I need some help. We have a motion and a second. Do we have to actually vote that yay or nay and then take a second motion?
Chair, you have a lot of discretion in this area, but it might be clearest if Supervisor Wolf would withdraw her motion.
I'll withdraw my motion.
And Supervisor Williams?
I just want to hear from you, because my only objection with that would be that the Gaviota Creek passage doesn't end up being in the mix. So I just want to hear from Chair Hartman before I vote.
I wouldn't be voting for it again. My priorities are acquisition, restoration. I have been persuaded, though, that the Arroyo Borough Sewage Lift Station is, in effect, kind of a restoration project. Then an access project, and interpretation would be the last on my list. I'd rather have, as someone mentioned, I'd rather have the fish than a sign of a fish. Supervisor Lavanino?
Nope.
You're light? Supervisor Wolf?
Oh, I was going to let Supervisor Lavignino make the motion.
Well, since I have, for the first time ever in my district, two CREFT possibilities here, I will make the motion that we accept staff recommendations for the 2017 CREFT funding cycle. We do the other staff recommendations as far as, which includes...
Can I make just a request on phrasing? If you would split the acquisition from the other stuff, so at least
sure.
Chair Hartman doesn't have to vote against the acquisition money.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. So let's go with recommended actions. A, C. I don't know. Where's table 10? If you can help, Mr. Gazzoni, I'm trying to figure out here all these. We got A through E.
Chair and Supervisor Lavanino, I think what you're doing is moving all of staff's recommendations, but you're going to split this into two motions. The first to move all of staff's recommendations as to the acquisition, maybe as a first vote, and then move all of staff's recommendations as to the other column as shown with the modifications.
But don't we also need to change our funding cycle?
We're doing, yeah, we have A.
So that's all the recommendations.
That's part of staff's recommendations.
Okay. All right, so I'll make a motion that we make all staff recommendations, we move all staff that we move the staff recommendation that we fund the Carpinteria Bluffs acquisition and also the Matilda Drive acquisition.
So I think just for clarity, so that we're not left with an action, with no action left remaining, I think you're moving staff's recommendations, and the first vote is only as to the acquisition.
Both acquisitions. So.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Acquisition.
I'll second that.
Okay, and we have to call the vote. And
Ms. Wolf?
Aye.
Mr. Adam?
Aye.
Mr. Lavanino?
Aye.
Mr. Williams? Ms. Hartman?
an enthusiastic aye.
Okay.
Passes 5-0.
All right, then I'll make the second motion will be to move staff recommendations with the caveat that we're not recommending the history of oil exhibit, and we are reducing the Santa Claus Lane Street engineering to $14,000, and we are funding the marine-themed interpretive signs to the tune of $26,000, and the other recommendations are as called out in the staff recommendation.
I'll second that.
Okay, so this includes everything else.
Yes, so this is the marine mammal public awareness, the Barone Ranch Trail realignment, the marine-themed exhibits, the Discovery Museum, and the Davy Brown Creek Fish Passage.
And what about E and...
Madam.
Yeah. Oh, just one second. Mr. Gazzoni and then Supervisor Adam.
So, Chair Hartman and Supervisors, I think that the first motion having dealt with staff's recommendations and acquisition, the second is staff's recommendations and general allocation, and the only tension I'm hearing is that the current display on the board is showing $25,000 for marine-themed exhibits, and I think Supervisor Lavanino said $26,000.
It says 26.
Okay, thank you.
Got it. We're good. Adopt that is my motion.
And Supervisor Adam, did you have something?
Yeah, I didn't know when the Arroyo Burro lift station fell off the wagon here. I thought we had that on the list. I shudder to think what the headlines will be tomorrow. You know, I'm thinking something like supervisors favor sewer spills into the ocean or something like that if we don't start that, because you just got put on notice that you've actually had spills already.
Maybe Ms.
So I won't be
Miyasato
supporting the motion unless it includes a pretty good amount in there for...
So it was never in the recommended staff recommendation, and I never heard one person outside of Supervisor Wolf at one point said the only reason why she was bringing
Which
it
I
up.
seconded.
Okay.
Well,
But she was.
I wasn't bringing it up for that. I didn't make, that wasn't my motion. The reason I brought it up was to compare it to capital. But CEO Miyasato, my understanding is that that there is, and maybe Mr. Yanez can come up, I think that there is funding available where we are moving forward because we do understand and believe that this is absolutely necessary. This was just going to be another funding source, but I understand that the county does have funding to move this forward.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Wolf, yes, we do have funding identified, and those are development impact fees. The spills that have occurred have been contained inside that unit because there's a containment at that sewer lift station. But the age of that infrastructure is very old. It's a lot of maintenance for staff. We have to continue to make sure that it's not overflowing and everything's functioning properly. So again, we are moving forward. Again, we're about 70% with design and look forward to completing that project due to the issues that it has with staffing and maintenance.
Well, Madam Chair, can I ask Mr. Yanez a question?
Of course.
Yeah, Mr. Yanez, you stated before that somebody has to notice it and call in and let you know that you're having a spill. How exactly does that occur when it's contained?
It's visible to the restaurant. Usually, we get notified by the restaurant operators, and
I bet that's pretty sweet to be eating in the restaurant. Notice that.
There is a wash station just adjacent to the lift station, so it's a pretty confined space in that area.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm not going to be supporting it if we're not funding that in some good degree.
Okay. Supervisor Williams, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that people, you know, because there were headlines of Arroyo Burro having bacteria pollution in the past, I want to make sure that people know the city, while I was on the city council, has spent millions of dollars figuring out where that bacteria pollution comes from and how to avoid the majority of it. It predominantly was coming upstream, not from the county. It wasn't the county's fault, and it and through a series of restoration projects, including daylighting, a massive stretch of underground pipe where the bacteria were sort of incubating. The cities through the Measure B program, so everybody's TOT paying for this, successfully restored this, and it has not been on the Coast Keeper list, the Heal the Bay list for beaches that have poor water quality since that restoration work was done. So I just want to make sure people know this is a problem mostly solved, not completely, but and wasn't to the knowledge of the city staff and the consultants and the DNA source tracking we did, not like the problem of the county.
Okay,
Madam
so
Chair.
Supervisor Adam.
Can I call for the question?
Yes, but I'd like you to repeat Supervisor Lavanino one more time.
It's this board motion chart that's up here on the wall. So it's marine mammal public awareness, Santa Claus Lane street engineering at 14,000, marine themed interpretive signs 26, Barone Ranch Trail realignment 20, marine themed exhibits for the Discovery Museum at 25, and the Davy Brown for 19,818.
And there is a second?
Yes. I second.
And any more discussion? All right, I guess we'll call the vote.
Ms. Wolf?
Aye.
Mr. Adam?
No.
Mr. Lavinino?
Aye.
Mr. Williams?
No.
Ms. Hartman?
No.
Motion fails.
Crazy.
Supervisor Williams.
So I'm going to make a motion that's similar, but takes a little bit more away from my Santa Claus Lane and funds more projects. It does fund the marine interpretive signs at less, but I am really confident that this is a city asset and a harbor asset, and the waterfront division should pay for a portion of this too. What I would do is allocate to Santa Claus 10,000 marine themed interpretive signs, 10,000 and the history of oil exhibit, which I also, when I just read it, I was like, whatever, we're going to talk about all the beneficial uses of oil. But then I went down and saw it, and it's really like a lot more fair. And as you saw from the slides, it's going to talk about the history of the oil spill too. So 10 grand there and 10 grand to the Gaviota Creek Fish Passage, which isn't enough yet. It's item 12. I have confidence that Mauricio will be able to get more money.
Any discussion? I would second that motion. And seeing no discussion, we have a motion and a second. I guess we can call the vote on this. Supervisor Wolf, did you have something?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, it's not, obviously, it's not perfect. It's not what I would have wanted, but I think to move this forward, we just vote on it and move it forward. What's that? I seconded your motion. That was the one I loved, Steve. Yours was a number one. So anyway, it's just because you're hungry. I guess you get credit for that.
Chair Hartman?
Yes.
So I understand the motion to be moving staff's recommendations as modified as to these general allocation amounts as shown on the screen.
Yes. We have a motion and a second. Call the vote.
Ms. Wolf?
Aye.
Mr. Adam?
No.
Mr. Lavanino?
No.
Mr. Williams?
Aye.
Ms. Hartman?
Aye.
Passes 3-2.
And then do we need an additional motion about the set aside and the 2-year? Or that's part of the staff recommendation that we did the first. Okay, sorry, got a little lost there. All right, we have a closed session coming up. Mr. Gazzoni?
Chair Hartman and supervisors, today in closed session, the board will be discussing 3 ongoing workers' compensation cases: Rivera versus County of Santa Barbara, Acedo Alvarez versus County of Santa Barbara, and Surgit versus County of Santa Barbara. You also have a 4th anticipated litigation case meeting with County Council. You have 2 public employee performance evaluations for County Council and Planning and Development Director, and then public employee appointment County Council.
And how long do you think it'll take?
My estimate would be roughly an hour and a half.
Okay, so how about 2:45, and we can convene in closed session and have a 5-minute break before we convene. We are convening so Supervisor Adam can join us in the large boardroom.
I'm here anytime you're ready.
Okay, we're reconvening the June 20th, 2017 Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors hearing, and we're reporting out from closed session. Mr. Gazzoni?
Chair Hartman and supervisors, today in closed session, the board considered 3 existing litigation cases: Rivera versus County of Santa Barbara, Aceto Alvarez versus County of Santa Barbara, Surgit versus County of Santa Barbara. You also had 1 conference with legal counsel for anticipated litigation. You considered public employee performance evaluations for county counsel and planning and development director, and you also considered public employee appointment for county counsel. I believe, Chair, you have 1 reportable action.
Oh, and I get to report this. So we're reappointing our county counsel for 4 years, and glad that he's going to stick with us.
Thank you, Chair Hartman. And just for completing the report, I believe that was unanimous vote.
That was a unanimous vote and an enthusiastic vote.
And thank you.
So today we adjourn and reconvene Tuesday, July 11th here in the Santa Barbara hearing room.